This is Surrey County Cricket Club, born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and the pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is, regain the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
A reminder that the first 10 overs of both innings are power play 1, during which time and 2.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage from the Kia Oval of a frankly mouth-watering clash between two of perhaps the greatest heavyweights in county cricket, Surrey and Yorkshire. Powerhouses of the north and south, 68 trophies between them, 55 championships, and they measure themselves against one another, and today will be no different. They are just getting this year's Metrobank One Day Cup campaign for each team up and running, and they're keen. They're already out there. We are a minute behind 11 and we're away. And Yorkshire away straight away with a single into the offside. Good morning to Yaz Rana alongside myself, Phil Walker. Surrey, as you can see, have won the toss and elected to bowl. No surprises there.
Not at all. Murky overhead conditions. One of those days where you just cannot see the sky. There's a little bit of early rain, and actually full credit to the ground staff, players and the umpires for showing that urgency to get the game going. I think in similar conditions you see quite often in similar situations they don't actually start, and the key is starting. We're up and running today.
It's going to be Taylor again. Both opening bats off the mark. Will Luxton and Finley Bean getting things going for Yorkshire. James Taylor, of course, taking the new ball in this much changed home side 11. We'll come to the 11 in a moment, but first things first. Ben Foakes in the covers. Interesting development that Josh Blake is taking the keeper's gloves for this one. So, quick run through of the teams. the away side first. Yorkshire with again a much changed lineup, but nonetheless with a couple of Test cricketers in there. Will Luxton and Finley Bean kicking us off, as you can see. James Wharton in at 3, Shan Masood, skipper and overseas star, of course, in at 4. George Hill, Harry Duke, Dom Bess will make up the mid to lower order. Leg side-ish, but a man posted already on the leg side boundary, so just a single. And then the bowlers, Matthew Reevis, Ben Code, Dominic Leach and Dan Moriarty returning to South London for the first time. Very, very fine left arm spinner who we'll be seeing later on in the piece. And Surrey, Rory Burns, Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, Ben Foakes, not keeping as we say. Ben Geddes, Cameron Steele, Josh Blake, Conor McCurr, Yusuf Majid. James Taylor and Matt Dunn. Now, we will wait and see later on, but we have some conflicting reports regarding the order that Surrey are going to go in with. Rory Burns was carded to open with Dom Sibley, but perhaps it could be Ryan Patel with Rory Burns in the middle order, but we shall see later on in the piece, as I say. Surrey won the toss, and to no surprise, elected to field first under slate grey skies here. And Yaz, while it's a much changed lineup from what we've come to expect, certainly in T20 cricket, 15 Surrey names have been taken, if you like, by the 100, required elsewhere. Yorkshire have lost 7 recognised first-teamers. Nonetheless, there's still quality out there, and one of the beauties, I guess, of this tournament, perhaps one of the unintended consequences of this tournament, is that when you remove certain big names, it just frees up space for others.
You know, we've still got 5 Test players on show today, 3 for Surrey and Dom Bess and Shan Masood for Yorkshire, so still plenty of quality out there. It's an interesting competition in that it gives white ball opportunities to players who predominantly do their business against the red ball. And we've seen over the last few years since the One Day Cup change in nature, since the advent of the 100, how it can be really empowering for some players. So Ryan Patel here at Surrey, it was a One Day Cup campaign back in 2021 that really turbocharged his career.
It's going to be Matt Dunn then. Good nut first up by Matt Dunn, who is enjoying himself in the first team. He came through for the back end of the T20 campaign and picked up a couple of good wickets here on a quick one. It's the Kia Oval. And early impressions of this track, it looks slightly drier than we've come to expect in the T20 stuff, but there will still be pace and bounce and a bit of skid, you would imagine, a bit of zip with that new ball. Pushed straight back to the bowler, slightly airborne, but no chance of carrying through to Matt Dunn. But a good start here by the Surrey seamer.
It's the same strip that was used for the pair of 100 games played here on Tuesday afternoon and Tuesday evening, and I watched both of those games and it was quick. It was really, really quick. The Oval Invincibles in Mohammad Amir, Sakeem Mahmood and Sam Billings behind the stumps was standing so far back, taking several balls that were only just length at shoulder height.
Slightly too straight this time by Matt Dunn, so concedes the first run from his first over. Clipped off the hit by Finley Bean.
And on other players who have used the One Day Cup to really energise their careers, Durham's Ollie Robinson's another one who was struggling to get into the Kent first team a couple of years ago. He had an amazing campaign. I think he scored either a 190 or a double 100, and he started batting with a lot more freedom in red ball cricket. Yeah, the rain has picked up in the last couple of minutes, and it looks like Dunn has called for a bit of sawdust. Again, encouraging signs in that we're still out there, because the rainfall at the moment is reasonably steady.
Yeah, the players were certainly keen to get going, and there was that feeling that if we could just get that first over out the way, and the Both teams will try and soldier on through, but the rain has moved from mizzle to drizzle, I would say. The lights are blaring through. But Matt Dunn, who will no doubt be thankful for the opportunity to get some first-team cricket under his belt, is marching back with purpose, back to his bowling mark, and so we carry on. We're not expecting there to be too much intervention from the weather. There'll be a bit of it around. Sketchy was how it was described to me earlier by one of our colleagues. Certainly a game of this kind of stature, both teams will be desperate to get it running. Pushed tidily into the offside, but the man at extra cover has got pretty good hands, it's fair to say.
I'm always so impressed by bowlers bowling to a field like this, because you have so little protection in front of square and the offside. You've literally just got a cover point and a man at a wide mid-off. But you want to be bowling in that channel because you've got two slips there. So you want to bowl an attacking line on and around off stump. You can't get it too badly wrong.
Turn him around this time, leading edge, but no one in the gully, and so Will Lutson picks up a fortuitous single. Well bowled though, again by Matt Dunn. It's been an impressive opening over this.
Yeah, he was impressive on his return to the Surrey side in the T20 Blast. It was his first Blast appearance in 3 years. And opening the bowling, he looked really threatening. Bowled with good pace.
He's always had that. Of course, he's had his injury problems here and there, but he's part of the furniture really here. Kia Oval, very popular member of the squad. And that ends an excellent opening over. 6 for no loss. Yorkshire just 2 gone. Luxton and Finley Bean just getting themselves going here. It'll be a murky 45, you feel, against the white ball, under the lights. A very close, dense kind of atmosphere overhead, and a bit of zip as well in the pitch. And so these two, you feel, will be happy just to settle in, play slow heartbeat cricket initially.
You'll see on your screens now just how grey it is overhead, and if we look from our position in the commentary box, looking right over the Archbishop Tennyson School over towards Brixton, it is extremely grey, to the extent that there are blocks of flats that I know really aren't very far away. We can barely see them.
Well, we've just heard from our, there you go, proof on the screen. You've just heard from our producer, who's ever pragmatic, behind us in the box. I can't believe we're playing. Can't believe we're playing in these conditions. Well, we are, and hopefully it will improve.
Just a question to you, Phil, in terms of what these conditions means for the players, because we are in the power play in a white ball game, right? But the conditions almost force you into survival mode. It's a very good time to bowl. You've got new ball, it will do a bit off the seam and through the air, bit of green on the pitch. These are almost perfect seam bowling conditions, but as a batter in a 50 over game, you don't want to just be thinking about survival this early on, because you also have the field restrictions to work with, only 2 men outside the inner ring. Plenty of opportunities to attack.
Yeah, I think you have to play the circumstances as well as the format itself, and I think 50 overs these days is a hell of a long time to bat. I think they have a strong middle order for Yorkshire, but they need to protect it. You can't win a game in these conditions in the first 10 overs, but you can certainly go a fair way to losing it.
I think I might just be getting greedy, having seen some of the scores from yesterday.
Beautifully bowled, and he picks him up inside edge. That is a stunner. That's a perler by James Taylor. Finley Bean simply trying to get something on it back down the ground. Not much wrong with the shot. Perhaps he could have played with slightly softer hands, but that has gone late. A big inducker to the left-hander, and a good catch as well by Josh Blake.
Yeah, really good from Taylor, good pace. Just pitching around off stump, bit of movement into the left-handed bean, and a really good catch by Josh Blake behind the stumps. There'll be a lot of focus on Blake having the gloves over Ben Foakes on this occasion. But a really, really tidy piece of work.
Yeah, slightly underplayed that catch. That is a cracker, isn't it? Because it's gone quite late. It's an appreciable edge as well. And he set off from that right foot and really sprung full length. And to pick it up both-handed as well, that's a fabulous keeper's catch. And a good start by James Taylor and for Surrey.
It's a really big wicket as well. Finlay Bean, he's not a particularly experienced white ball player, but given what he's done in the county championship over the last 2 years, you'd expect him to be someone who really thrives in the One Day Cup. Just 22 years old, averages over 40 in first class cricket, 5 first class hundreds to his name already. Really, really talented player. A lot of good judges rate him very, very highly. So for Surrey to get rid of him this early on and get the Pakistan Test captain in the third over of the game, Shah Masood, real opportunity here for Surrey to get well ahead in the game, especially given the conditions. We're still on. I think the rain has just settled down a little bit, but it still very much is falling. I'm amazed at how few umbrellas we're seeing around the ground.
Hardy souls.
I was just thinking that if you were watching the screen there with the spectators in the background, none of whom had umbrellas, you might think we're lying. But I can assure you that it is raining, and it has been raining steadily for quite a long time.
Well, this is a big game. It's a big game for both of these teams. Yorkshire failing to make the last 8 of the T20 Vitality Blast. Surrey, of course, securing that home tie in the quarters. And so one team in Yorkshire on their uppers, really. Surrey flying high. Playing a miss, no feet by Shan Masood. That's a rather airy-fairy shot. And so that ends a profitable over for the home side. 7 for 1, Yorkshire already on the back foot.
Yeah, and Taylor showing the skills he has with the new ball. Dismissed Bean with one that just nibbled into the left-hander on this occasion to Masood, getting a bit of movement away from the Pakistan Test captain. Really good start from Taylor.
It already feels like it's falling into that bracket of good toss to win.
100%. You know, teams like to bowl first across formats here at the Kia Oval. You see it in the Championship, you see it in the Blast. And on this occasion, given the overheads, it was a no-brainer to bowl first.
2 slips. Expectant here. Beautifully played, though, on the rise by Will Luxton. Sign of class. He's very highly regarded young player. He was in under 19s, of course, and made a very brisk 100 recently in the warm-up game against the West Indies Tourists. So he's a classy young player, and evidence of that. It was a gorgeous shot on the rise.
Yeah, he got unbeaten 112 of 130 deliveries against West Indies. West Indies attacked their one warm-up game. Alzari Joseph, Jaden Seals, Jason Holder all playing. Just on the context of not just this game, Phil, but this competition for Surrey, the treble is on. The treble is on. Surrey top the table in the county championship, beyond the halfway point in that competition. Surrey, as you mentioned earlier, home quarter-final against Durham in early September.
Are we allowed to mention the T word around here? But yeah, that is the backdrop to this game. It's a big game and a big campaign for both of these clubs, for contrasting reasons. Lost his shape on that one, but he'll pick up a single into the onside. Yeah, for Yorkshire, they need to hold on to something, don't they? Underperformed in the Blast, as we said. Going okay in the Championship, but by no means a stick-on yet. And as long as they remain in Div 2 of the Championship, then it looks like an anomaly, doesn't it? A club of this size and stature playing second-tier cricket, only a matter of time before they do get their way out of that division. You feel, nonetheless, they need something to hold on to, and for Surrey, well, as you say, they are going for some kind of history here.
Yeah, Yorkshire, their red ball season's picked up recently. They're only 4 points off Middlesex in second place in Division 2. But for both these teams also had relatively underwhelming one-day cup campaigns in 2023. They were in the same group, and between them only registered 4 wins from 16 games. And you know, from the outside you can make the accusation that the one-day cup doesn't matter as much to the players as the other competitions, but when you go down, say the Surrey team for example, this competition offers the opportunity for guys to really show what they can do. And you know, like Patel did a few years ago, you have a really good campaign in the one-day cup, and that can get you a game potentially in the championship, make you jump the queue.
That'll be 4, misdirected by Matt Dunn, and so it's actually off the thigh pad. Shah Masood will take it though any which way at this point. Yorkshire's just trying to hang in there.
You know, in the championship, Surrey are 23 points clear of Somerset in second place with 5 rounds of fixtures to go, but given when those fixtures are, Surrey's availability in those games is going to be tricky. You know, they've got to contend with the Test absentees. The next fixture will overlap with the England-Sri Lanka series, and then the last few championship games overlap with England's white ball series against Australia. And England's white ball setup, as Masood lets that one go. Yorkshire 16 for 1 after 4 overs. England's white ball setup is in flux at the moment. There are rumours that there might be a change in both coach and captain. So it's hard to predict what that squad looks like, but you'd imagine that someone like Jamie Smith, someone like Gus Atkinson is likely to be involved in that group as well, which means that Surrey might have to veer away from the group of players who did so much good work in the championship earlier on in the season. So this competition, as well as being valuable in itself, and Surrey will always chasing silverware here, so real opportunities for players to stake a claim in the other formats as well.
I saw Harry Brook asked about potential limited overs captaincy, and in a very Brookian style he said, not at the moment, I've got a game to play this week. I love his style, I really do. Do you think there's much in it? Do you think that the current limited overs England captain is perhaps thinking about pastures new?
It's what's being reported by several reputable journalists.
That'll be 4 more. Will Luxton again. Echoes of his previous boundary 4 in that he stands tall and hits the ball at the top of the bounce. He's able to free his arms, but still, that is a noteworthy shot. A couple of touches of class already.
Yeah, he's looked really good through the offside in particular. Very still at the crease. And Surrey attacking with their field, 2 slips in place, just 2 men generally in front of square on the offside, so there are gaps there. And the balls that he's hit for 4 haven't been particularly wide. So, really good start from Luxton, who started quickly, 13 off 12. But yeah, back on the England white ball situation. England have had 2 very difficult World Cup campaigns. I can't remember the exact statistic. I think they won 3 out of 12 games against full member nations. Given the talent pool England have, that is a real underperformance across both competitions. I feel like the T20 World Cup was almost like dissecting an England football tournament, where on paper they've done pretty well, but you've got to look at the draw. Who have they really beaten? And I think if they're honest with themselves, even though they got to the semi-finals, they weren't that convincing. There was one very good performance in there against West Indies, but aside from that, they struggled against top opposition. And I think Rob Key actually flagged it before the tournament that there was something quite stale about the setup, and that's a worrying thing to think, I think, given that Butler and Mott actually haven't been in charge together for that long. It feels like a lifetime ago, but
they've gone up for it. Nothing doing.
it's incredibly close to Sharmasu's leg stump, actually.
Yeah, he does tend to shuffle across.
Have a look at the replay here. My word, that is so close. But yeah, given that England won a T20 World Cup under Butler and Mott at the end of 2022, and given how seamlessly Owen Morgan has transitioned into the commentary box, it's only 2 years since Owen Morgan retired from international cricket. But I think there was a sameness in personnel and roles. You know, we were working on Surrey against Hampshire the other day in the Vitality Blast, and Sam Curran scored an extraordinary 100. And to me, I found it quite frustrating, the roles in which Sam Curran's had for England with the bat. You know, he almost is exclusively used as a finisher. A lot of people say that there's England are too right-hand heavy in T20 cricket in particular, and I sort of think you've got a guy in Sam Curran here who's so talented with the bat, and there's probably not enough, there hasn't been enough flexibility both in how players are used and which players are used.
Leg side-ish and eased into the onside, but just for a single.
And I think the role of a head coach is really difficult if you're just a white ball coach at international level. You really don't get much time with your players. You have these massive gaps between individual series. You don't always get the players you want. A lot of top players are unavailable.
And he's finally off the mark from his 9th delivery faced Sharma.
Matt Roller from ESPN Cricinfo wrote a piece the other day talking about Harry Brook, actually, and how it is impossible for England to, if you compare the England to India and Australia's best players play all three formats. With England, that's not happening that much at all. So Harry Brook is the only player who's played these two West Indies test matches and played in the T20 World Cup. And given England's schedule over the next few months, it's really hard for their best players to play all three formats. I think England play a T20I against Australia the day after the Sri Lanka Test series ends. And if you're trying to look at that as a Champions Trophy in early 2025 that you want your best white ball players to be playing in, there's always a T20 World Cup around the corner. There's one in 2026. You want your best players playing every series possible, but you can't do that. There's also this winter, England have a white ball series just a few days after one of their Test series finishes.
Wide and there to cut, but rather towed into the offside. Luxton will be frustrated, missing out on a much needed scoring opportunity there. Matt Dunn's got away with 123 for 1 in the 6th. Interesting contest this. Yorkshire just having to hang in there a little, but Luxton has looked good up until now. And it's starting to brighten up, I can tell you as well. There's still a bit of mizzle in the air. It's not feeling quite so dank any longer. Gone on the hook, beats the man, and may have gone all the way. In fact, no, just one bounce for. Fabulous shot, rolled the wrists sufficiently, gone behind square, so taking out that man on the boundary out of the equation. Kept his shape excellently. Another classy looking shot, 3 boundaries now to Will Luxton.
Yeah, it's his first really aggressive shot towards the leg side, and Ryan Patel, it's a long boundary out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School, and Patel's a good 10-15 yards in off the rope. He would have been interested initially seeing that fly off the bat, but Luxton did well to manoeuvre it just behind square.
Final delivery then. Carved away 4 more. Again, stands tall on the shot. Four boundary fours now. And a good finish to the over. 31 for 1 now. Yorkshire getting into their work. 6 gone.
Yeah, one comparison I'd make with Luxton is to another Yorkshireman, Johnny Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow in white ball cricket, opening the batting, so good. They're going off. They are going off. It is lighter than it was a few minutes ago, but maybe the rain has just picked up a little bit. We've had pretty steady rainfall ever since we started. We've done well to get 6 overs in. From here, it doesn't look that much heavier than it has previously been, but unfortunately, it looks like we're going to have a short delay here. Encouragingly, the ground staff at the moment are just bringing on the very small cover that only covers the playing strip.
I think if you come to this game on a Thursday morning, then you are hardened to cricket's idiosyncrasies. But having been so keen to get the game going, and getting into the rhythm of it, it does seem slightly skew-whiff that now the game is considered to be unplayable. Hopefully it won't be much more than a temporary delay. As we say, it's definitely lighter than it was 10 minutes ago, so it can't be a light issue. It's hard for us to see from our commentary box exactly how heavy the rain is here. But certainly, again, if you want to go by the spectators' notable lack of umbrellas.
I don't think I can see a single umbrella.
No.
But to be fair,
there's 3 chaps in the front row here at long off in their shorts and t-shirts, simply refusing to play ball. I like it. So that's where we are, folks. 31 for 1. It's been an intriguing start, actually. Very impressive by the young right-hander Will Luxton. Finley being the only man to go. Inside edged James Taylor Blake back and beautifully, brilliantly caught by Josh Blake, who's being handed the gloves today. It's a big moment for him, with Ben Foakes in the 11 as well. And so 31 for 1, 6 gone. That's pretty much where we're at just for the moment, but we will stay on air because we are ever hopeful. And with the umpires standing as well, basically on the boundary rope, just waiting perhaps for this flurry to pass over, we will stay on air. News actually, yes, from the ECB, from the England camp. They've named an unchanged squad for the 3rd test starting tomorrow, of course, at Edgbaston. No great surprises there, so Crawley, Duckett, Ollie Pope. We'll come back to him in a moment. Joe Root, Harry Brook, Stokes, Jamie Smith, Chris Wokes, Gus Atkinson, Mark Wood, Shoaib Bashir. I mentioned that yesterday there were some very high-scoring games in the One Day Cup. I think it's worth just letting our viewers know what happens. There's some seriously good cricket. Leicester scored 369 for 6 against Notts. Worcestershire hit 371 for 3 in a rain-affected 48-over game against Middlesex. There's an amazing game between Essex and Warwickshire at Chelmsford, where Warwickshire chased down 325 with 14 balls remaining. That was Ed Barnard, right? Who was 173 not out, 140 balls, opening the batting. He was the top run scorer in the One Day Cup in 2023 as well. So he's someone who really enjoys and a very good bowler as well. Yes, I'm surprised that he's not been snapped up by one of the franchises. Another very high-scoring game between Durham and Lancashire. Durham scored 344 for 4. Alex Lee scoring 100 at the top. Josh Bohannon 147 off 119 for Lancashire. So this is what I mean in terms of the One Day Cup providing opportunities for players who predominantly play red ball cricket, providing opportunities for them in limited overs cricket. And Josh Bohannon is one of the most consistent run scorers in the country in the Championship. Doesn't get opportunities with franchises yet. It's an opportunity to show what he can do in short cricket. We saw it last year as well in the One Day Cup, that some of the latest inventions in T20 batting bleed into 50-over cricket as well. There were a couple of double hundreds, Prithvi Shaw, James Bracey, Rishi Patel as well, in a brilliant 170, I think, in one particular game, and there were 8 150-plus scores in last year's competition. And so there's plenty to keep your eye on in this year's 50 over Cup.
There was a very quirky game between Leicestershire and Nottinghamshire yesterday. So I mentioned earlier that Leicestershire, with Hanscom and Rana in at 4 and 5, the defending champions, they scored 369 for 6. And then Nottinghamshire were chasing. They were 50 for none after 10 overs when the rain came, and it totally changed the contest. So instead of chasing 370 from 50, their target became 105 from 14. So what Notts did was they retired their 2 in batters, Ben Slater and Freddie McCann, who is someone who's dominated under-19 cricket recently. But then Jack Haynes and Lyndon James both fell for Golden Ducks. So effectively they lost 4 wickets and 2 balls, which is glorious.
And neither Slater nor McCann came back out. And
they're retired out.
Right, I see.
You can't bring them back in.
Sure. So McCann hits 23 from 25 deliveries, going well.
Teenager who scored a double 100 in a 2s game recently, scored a massive 100. I think he equalled Dan Lawrence's record for the highest ever England under-19 score the other day. He got 48 off not many on his professional debut in the Blast last week. He's going well. He's in. And they'd retire him out.
Yeah, hard lines. Anyway, as you can see on your screen, we are due to get going again here. Covers have been removed just as swiftly as they were brought on. And it just remains for stumps to go back in, teams to re-emerge. Play due to start, our big screen tells us, in 8 minutes time, 11:40, 49 overs per side, so we've lost all of 12 balls across this match.
And looking into the distance over the Bedford stand, over towards the hills of southeast London, I can see them now, Phil. It's much lighter than it was earlier on. I think once we do get back on, we should enjoy a decent stint here. Some rain was forecast, but not too much. This game's already been reduced to a 49 overs per side game, so already lost a couple of overs. We're only 7 minutes away from resuming.
Bit of history taking place as well, of course, today. Steve Watts, an awkward test match in that part of the world. They played host to Zimbabwe. Ireland won the toss, chose to field. Zimbabwe going okay at the moment, 21 for no loss. Hugely significant moment really for Irish cricket. To be able to get that test match on, it's not easy for them. Staging test cricket, it's not always a great money spinner for them as well, we know. But it's a sign of intent. And hopefully that game will go with a song, because Irish cricket needs it. Zimbabwean cricket too as well, after doing so well 2 or 3 years back and then failing to make the last World Tournament. The side looking for a fillet from this particular game at Belfast, so I'll be keeping an eye on that as the day rolls on as well.
A really difficult time financially for Ireland. We had a home series against Australia that was postponed. They had a home series against South Africa that has been moved to the UAE. And predominantly it's because it's too expensive for Ireland to host international matches, which the players are crying out for more opportunities to play. I spoke to Harry Tector the other day, and there's a real tension there. The players want to play more of this, they want to play more Test cricket, but it's very difficult to find not just room in the schedule, but actually find the finances to fund playing home games. 6 years between home Test matches for Ireland. You thought when they had that historic day against Pakistan at Malahide in 2018, you'd see settings like that more often in Ireland. But this is their first home Test, first ever Test match in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, Zimbabwe 29 for no loss in that one. Joy Lord Gumby 25 not out on debut. And the name to conjure with. So we are 5 minutes away from the resumption here. 21 for 1, Yorkshire. We've been asked to the first go. It looks a good fair cricket pitch here, another masterful piece of work by Big Lee Forces. They are fabulous white ball cricket pitches in particular, as we've seen throughout the T20 Blast, and it looks like another good one here. Pace and zip and bounce for the seamers, but you get full value for your shots, and you can play on the rise, as we've seen just in this vignette from Sam Luxton up until now. 4 boundary fours, 3 of them through the offside, and all of them against the rising delivery. No long hops or long half volleys. He's turning relatively decent deliveries into boundary fours, which is a sign, of course, of a class player.
I think when pitches are at their best here, they keep every type of player interested. I go back to that 100 game the other night. It was genuinely thrilling watching Mohamed Amir and Saqib Mahmood bowl with a new ball. Real carry, real pace in the pitch, but also spinners are always interested here at the Kia Oval, and as you say, the quickness of the pitch gives run scoring opportunities to batters as well when the bowlers don't quite get their lines and lengths right. So I think it just helps good cricket, and I think really good players stand out on pitches like this. And as we've seen so far, we've seen some really good cricket. James Taylor and Matt Dunn both right at the money with a new ball, but Will Luxton has looked to attack any time there's been any hint of width through the offside. He's thrown his hands at it. As I said earlier, hint of Johnny Bairstow in that very upright cut just in front of square on the offside.
So players re-emerging, umpires first, of course. So keen to get back out there, you would imagine. Lovely bowling conditions. And despite the relatively cool weather and slightly changeable forecast, the numbers are beginning to build here at Kia Oval. Quite a few hunched underneath that stand, stand. Hopefully, if the sun presents itself later on this afternoon, we'll get a few more in as well. Just worth mentioning before we get going here, from 2 till 4 this afternoon, the Surrey Cricket Foundation are running a free coaching session for any spectators under the age of 16. So between 2 and 4 p.m. this afternoon in the Ken Barrington Centre, underneath the Bedser stand, any under 16s can receive a free coaching session on behalf of the Surrey Cricket Foundation. So if you're watching the stream and umming and ahhing about whether to come along, we've got a young man in there who's just started their summer holiday perhaps. They do come down here. Promises to be a fabulous game of cricket, this one, between two of the great heavyweights, of course, of county cricket, and the chance of a free hit down at the iconic Ken Barrington Cricket Centre just below Bedser stand.
Taylor will continue from the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end. It'll be interesting to see how Surrey go about managing their bowlers, because it's very seam-friendly conditions at the moment, still incredibly grey. We've seen a bit of nip off the pitch. But looking at their sides, you'd imagine that we're going to see 19, 20 overs of spin if Yorkshire bat out the full 49 in. Yusuf Majid and Cam Steele. Maybe we see a bit of Ryan Patel's seam up.
Yeah, we've seen Cam Steele really make his mark in all formats this summer. In a breakout year for a brilliant cricketer, versatile leg spinner. And while these do look like immaculate seam bowling conditions, he will still have his say, you feel, in this cricket match. Began very strongly in the T20 Blast and then came back very strongly as well. I thought he was superb the other night in the final group game here. And again against Essex as well in the penultimate game, which ensured that Surrey would be finishing in the top 4. He was the key man against the dangerous Essex side. He will have his say. He's just in there at second slip at the moment. 2 slips, no gully. Pushed down the ground, but done well with his own bowling there as James Taylor, just to get half a hand on it and It's a dot ball.
Steele's a good example of someone who used the One Day Cup as a platform to really grow into his role as a first team cricketer here at Surrey. Last year he played all 7 games for Surrey and took 10 wickets at 29s, went at 5 runs and over, which is very good going for a wrist spinner in white ball cricket. It's a good start since the resumption from James Taylor, giving very little away.
Yeah, he's got a good repeatable action. Snapped up from Derbyshire, of course. It's still the young man making his way here. Kia Oval, and repeatable kind of action. Not much pace, but enough with a degree of movement to bother good players. If you like, an old-fashioned kind of bowler who will just keep hitting that length. 2 full this time, though. He's cranky with himself, you can see. In his reaction, he turns on his heels, walks back to his bowling mark, does James Taylor. So there to be hit, but still done with an element of touch and finesse by the impressive right-hander.
It's really good batting from Luxton because conditions are not easy. There's movement.
Playing it late there under his eyes, allowing for any late movement.
Well, really
dare I say classically Yorkshire, yes. You can see why they like him.
I like that he's looked to attack every time that he's sensed a run scoring opportunity. He's really thrown himself at it. You know, to be 27 or 22 when bowling conditions have been as friendly as it has been so far today, it's really good going. And he's given Surrey something to think about. Because early on we were saying that, you know, when conditions are this good to bowl in, sometimes you, as a batter, even though this is a limited overs game, your first thought is survival, to get through it. But he's been able to get through it, and he's not given Surrey a chance. So I know it's early days. Really assertive start from the youngster.
So Shah Massoud, who's in the Luxton slipstream up until now, just 2 from his first 11 deliveries, will be facing up to Matt Dunn, who resumes from the JM Finn stand end here, his 4th over. Brings Luxton back on strike, 27 from 22, so it's been a one-man show up until now. Finley Bean, a few just joining in, was the man to go early on. Inside edged a beauty from James Taylor, and magnificently caught at full stretch by Josh Blake, springing off that right foot, claiming a superb 2-hander down the leg side. 37 for 1. That may well run away for 4. Indeed it does. But Dunn will be frustrated with himself because it's an easy pickings kind of delivery to a player of Luxton's class. Just has to get something on it, and it's a shortish boundary down to the Bedser stand. And with the man up on the 45 on the leg side, helpless to do anything about that one. And so 5 boundaries now to Will Luxton. Will run away across the practice pitches to just make it across the boundary rope. So back-to-back boundary 4s. Didn't time it as well as previous offside shots through the covers, but nonetheless got enough on it to get full value, of course. Further impressive work, and he careens into the mid-30s now. 45 for 1, and Luxton has 35 of them.
What a start from Will Luxton. 7 boundaries in his first 24 deliveries at the crease. Look at those 2 balls. The one past fine leg really wasn't that leg side. Finds the field on this occasion. Yeah, looking at the replay of the one that he just got past short fine leg. Initially I thought had gone a bit too leg side, but he's whipped that off middle and leg. Then the sort of push through the offside, which he's seen quite a lot of already in his first 25 balls at the crease. Again, not that wide from Matt Dunn. Very little margin for error for the Surrey bowlers against Luxton. He's off to a flyer. 35 off 25, 7 boundaries already.
Better this by Matt Dunn. Bit more extra pace as you felt as well in that one. And Luxton slightly discomforted. Manages to squeeze something down onto it and then off the boot, but no run.
But you also see the effect of being aggressive. So Luxton only has one slip in place now, and that's a consequence of his aggression. Rory Burns feels that he needs a little bit more cover, a bit more protection for his seamers in the ring. Yeah, good finish to the over from Matt Dunn.
Needed to be.
Well.
Needed to be, as 45 for 1 then 8. It was gone. Will Luxton show up until now? 35 from 27, just 21 years old, just turned as well. Bradford Grammar School boy, Keighley born and bred, and England under-19 starlet. I first saw him in that World Cup of maybe 3 years ago. I think it was maybe 2-3 years ago. Played in the final against India. Made some runs across that tournament. And while he has a nascent senior record, you can see why he's been entrusted at the top of the order. More runs this time for Shah Massoud there to clip into the onside and to bring Will Luxton back onto strike. So I don't want to dupe him here. He's just getting going. But with a couple of list A 50s under his belt already, pretty much all to show for his early work from Yorkshire's senior side.
Good cricket from Massoud, who started slowly, took 8 or 9 deliveries to get off the mark. From the last couple of overs, when he's got on strike, he's got himself off it straight away, giving as much strike as possible to Luxton, who's seeing it like a beach ball. As we see a bit more sawdust applied to the landing zone for Taylor. Now we talk about these being very seam-friendly conditions. The lights are still on. It's still very murky and overcast above us, but not always the most comfortable time to bowl.
False shot this time by Luxton, but he'll pick up a single from the inside edge, trying to punch it through mid-off, I fancy. Let's take it.
You've got to do a job as a team to make sure the ball remains dry. Not always the easiest time to grip the ball as a bowler. You don't have full confidence in the turf around where you land, so sometimes it can be a little bit more difficult to generate maximum intensity through the crease. One slip and a gully in place for Massoud.
4. Crashed into the ground, and such was the timing that it flies over the head of backward point. Shah Massoud's first boundary, and a touch of class by a pedigree player.
That was amazing, because that went straight at the man at backward point. It just bounced over him.
Wasn't a bad delivery, maybe slightly wide, but decent length. Shah Massoud favours the back foot.
Sorry, really packing that area behind square on the offside. Slip, gully, deep third, and a backward point in place. Massoud's looked to dab the ball to deep third.
That will run away as well for back-to-back boundaries, despite the efforts of the man at deep third. That is back-to-back boundaries now for Shah Massoud. He moves into double figures, and Yorkshire going okay here, 55 for 1.
Yeah, and they've gone particularly well since the rain delay. 7 boundaries in 2.4 overs, I think, since we got back on. Massoud started slowly, but he's back up to 12 or 15. Massoud's got an extraordinary list day record. Averages 54.46 from 120 games.
Tight single, but well judged into the offside.
And Pakistan cricket being Pakistan cricket, that happens to be the format he's played least of at international level.
You feel like it might be the perfect format for him. Reared on multi-day red ball cricket, pigeonholed, if you like, in the early part of his career as a slightly stodgy opening bat. He's more than that, but he's not quite got the pyrotechnic technique of a natural T20 player either, and so I feel like 50 over cricket's his natural terrain. Picked up off the hit, one bounce four. More class by Will Luxon, moves into the 40s.
Yeah, Surrey struggling to exert control here a little bit, both sides of the wicket, although again looking at that replay, not a lot wrong with that delivery. It's middle and leg, and Luxon has whipped that from the off to the leg. One bounce four, 60 for one off 9.
Sorry, yes, I'm glad that the chap down at fine leg would have to sleep out of his eyes, because that flew right past him at head height and rather took him by surprise, but he was watching intently enough. Yeah, James Taylor conceded 30 from his first 5, albeit he did pick up that first wicket of Finley Bean. First bowling change, and so it's going to be Conor McCurr from the end as we're commentating here, the JM Pin stand, in the old Vauxhall end, if you like. McCurr bowling to his sometime teammates this year. Picked up a 5 of course, for Yorkshire earlier in the piece, on loan. And he's back here at his parent club, if you like, the club that's made him. Bowling with real pace on his day.
Yeah, no surprises that we have seen a change in bowling at this juncture. Deep third into the ring. Man out the offside is deep point. Ryan Patel's still there at deep square leg. Changes the field now actually as a man from deep point comes into the ring and third goes back to the boundary.
His toes this time, Will Luxton. It was a big occasion this for Conor McCurr. Been in and out of the side in white ball cricket over the last few years here at Kia Oval. It's such a difficult team, of course, to break into and establish yourself. It's such an embarrassment of riches across the board, really. And so, seeking first team cricket, went up to Headingley and left his mark. Rather clothed into the onside, so we'll just pick up just the single. In fact, no, we'll come back for a second. Plugs into the ground, but beyond the reach of Rory Burns. So perhaps the first false shot, you would say, by Luxton up until this point. Nonetheless, picks up a couple, slightly rushed by the extra yard that Conor McCurr offers.
Yeah, not convincing, but also a relatively low-risk shot given the field. A little bit shorter from McCurr. Only two guys in front and square on the leg side, one of whom is really close at catching short mid-wicket. So that would have had to have gone really wrong for Luxton, for him to depart. Another unconvincing shot, this time inside, edging it past short fine leg for a single.
Yeah, just a suggestion of in duck from Conor McCurr. Reduced the false shot, hands on heads from the bowler. Thought he may have just crept through there. Nothing doing yet. Luxton cracks on, 43 from 32. Masood back on strike now.
Good start this from McCurr. Induced a couple of false shots from Luxton, tucking Masood for room there. Masood desperate to access that area behind point. If we had a wagon wheel from Masood, I'm pretty sure maybe not all 14 runs, but certainly at least 12 of them have been behind square on the offside.
maintain the strike after 10 overs. That dab into the offside. And so Yorkshire will be pretty pleased with things up until this point. 65 for 1. Survived that early loss. A couple of deliveries have swung late and appreciably, but aside from that, not been too much to concern the batters. Buxton breaking out into something substantial here. 43 from 32, and Shan Masood, skipper, double skipper, Yorkshire and Pakistan. Now there's a job for you right there. Just getting into his work as well. Interesting that he put himself up at 3. There was talk that he may have been in at 4 with James Wharton, good young stroke maker, at 3, but wisely, I feel, Masood taking control of the situation by putting himself in there at first drop. Taylor to resume. So Rory Burns sticking with the seamer.
You'd say that Yorkshire firm winners of the power play, 65 for 1 off 10. They were 21 for 1 after 5, so really accelerated in the back half of the power play. 44 runs coming off the final 5 overs there. You're not just a fan of Shah Masood, the batter, you're a very big fan of his character. You tipped him for the captaincy of Pakistan well before he actually got it.
I guess a cynic would say it comes around to everybody at some point.
Well, to be fair, he was in and out the side.
He was.
Which, to be fair, in the history of Pakistan cricket, that doesn't necessarily preclude you from the top job. But, you know, I remember you interviewed him at least once, maybe twice, back in around 2020, 2019. What was it about Masood that really stood out for you?
Well, I first met him on Pakistan's tour of England in 2016.
16, oh wow.
2016, I think it was. And he was a reserve batter essentially in the side. And we had a mutual friend and we went for lunch, the two of us, and he agreed to write, in effect, a diary of that particular tour. That was the tour where Misbah al-Haq and Yunis Khan gave their farewells to English cricket here at the Oval. And that series was shared 2-2, I believe, in the end. And Shah Masood wrote a beautiful piece for a magazine I was involved with at the time, documenting the scale of that tour and the significance of that tour as well. Into the onside this time, but just a single with now 4 men out, stationed across the boundary. And it was symbolically an important tour as well, with Misbah al-Haq's press-ups at Lord's.
Pakistan got to number 1 in the Test rankings of that tour.
Exactly, and at the end of their win at the Oval, they bookended that summer with a win in the first and the fourth Test matches. The 2 London Test matches, they, as you rightly said, despite having not played a so-called home game in many, many years, an itinerant cricket team, still got to number 1. He's gone up for that. That could have cleaned him up or taken the inside edge. As it is, nothing doing. Luckless on that occasion by James Taylor. That was a beauty. It came in late as well off the seam. Yeah, that's done plenty off the seam. Here's the kind of action that suggests that delivery coming on with the arm, in effect, a good old-fashioned off-cutter, is very much his bread and butter. As Rana departs the box, a couple of deliveries early, maybe nature calls, who can say. And I'm joined by Cameron Ponsonby. How about that?
Hello Phil, how are you?
I'm all right, thank you. I was just talking about Shah Masood, and the first time I met him in 2016 when he was a young player in that Pakistan Test squad. Wasn't getting a go at the time, but I met him when we had some lunch together, and he struck me as, along with Zafar Ansari, the most articulate cricketer I'd ever met. Some would say from a relatively small pool, that wouldn't be fair, but he was urbane and funny and eloquent, and he knew the game. He really was kind of obsessional about the game, and I thought at that time, I'm going to keep an eye on this kid. He didn't have much record to speak of at the time. Nothing doing there.
I'm enjoying
Nice
your
delivery
trend
of the second over of Conor McCurry, who bowled well, I thought, in the first. Just five from his first over.
I'm enjoying your trend of befriending very kind of high-class left-handed international batters, making a habit of such a thing. That's why we've never gone. Have we?
First self-reference to your game, Cameron. You've not even been on three deliveries. I'll ask you how you got on Saturday in a moment. Don't worry about that. Surrey Championship sat Cameron Ponsonby, of course. Again, good by McCurr, this, giving Shah Masood no room at all for that favoured dab shot down to deep third, and so a couple of dot balls to kick off the 12th over. Impressed by Will Luxon this morning? You haven't watched it, have you?
I've been watching the whole thing, thank you very much. I'll be downstairs in the press box, keeping a keen eye, listening to the wonderful commentary as well.
It looked good to me. Foolish this time, but punched straight to mid-off, and so nothing doing. 3 deliveries, 3 dots. This is good by McCurr, enjoying his work here against his sometime teammates.
I think if anything, I was kind of giving the innings too much credit, because in the press box downstairs it's tinted windows, so I thought the conditions were even more overcast than it was, and I was thinking, goodness me.
Yeah, it was when Yaz and I were commentating on a T20 game earlier this year, and I had my sunglasses on and kept saying, they can't be playing out there, they can't be playing out there. Take them off, Phil, take them off. Now he does get that shot away. Just a single. In fact, he's coming back for a second. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. Disaster. And somehow they get away with it.
Oh,
somehow they get away with that. Both could have gone. At one point, it looked like Luxon had turned on his heels with the ball basically in Josh Blake's hands. Blake perhaps could have broken the stumps at his own end, but we will need to look back on this. This was the classic comedy of errors. A slip by Masood, but nonetheless demanding it. And somehow it's a single. Cameron?
The ball is in Josh Blake's hands as both batters are out of the crease. And whether he was being greedy and opting to try and run out Shah Masood, the chance is gone either way.
Single into the offside by Will Luxon, so he moves on to 44. Yeah, I think in Josh Blake's defence, he'd taken the moment to throw to the non-strikers around the time that Luxon turned himself. He thought that Luxon was in and was sitting in his turf, and I think perhaps just in that split second, as Blake decides to throw to the non-strikers, that's when Luxon decides to go. Maybe I'm being overly generous. Either way, Yorkshire get away with it. Try and get another replay on that if we possibly can. 12 gone, 68 for 1. Good start now for Yorkshire. I will be vacating the box, and it will be Yaz taking over.
You'll just see here on the screen the replay. Masood sets off, he's very happy, and Luxon eventually responds to the call. You can only assume Blake's responded to a call that he's received, that someone's given him the shout to get the ball to the bowler's end, and so he hasn't looked. He's taken the ball cleanly. There was all manner. He had so much time as Yaz comes back to join in the commentary box. But the result of it all is Yorkshire remain 1 down and Luxon is on strike. So a wonderful shot to the right of mid-on. Luxon is cruising in this innings. He's on 48 off 36 deliveries now.
You know, he's been so good early on against the new ball, ruthless through the offside, but as the innings has progressed, we've seen his full array of shots. Very good at whipping anything that threatens to be leg side through the leg side. A few times beating fine leg with balls that I actually think are middle and off.
Tail it in once more, and that's clipped away to deep square leg. Trot through for a single.
Just going back to that near run out, there are 2 moments of great comedy there where a player at the pavilion end was totally unaware of what was going on behind them. Initially, Luxton totally unaware that Masood was charging back for the second, and then Josh Blake totally unaware that Luxton was behind him and way out of his ground. Do you think there was any part of Blake's non-taking of the bails?
Masood drives, pick up a couple, might pick up 4. He manages to reach the boundary. It wasn't timed at all for Masood, but both mid-on and mid-off took off in pursuit when unable to stop the ball.
Do you think there's any part of Surrey's reaction is that because Luxton slipped? Luxton turns, slips, he's actually on the ground for a bit. Do you think there's any part of Blake or any of the Surrey fielders' minds was, we don't want to take the bails off because an opposition player's slipped to the floor?
I absolutely do not think that was at all came across their thought process. I think quite simply what's happened is Masood has charged down to one end. Both batters look as if they're both going to be at the batter's end, as it were. Masood swivel pulls. We've seen a number of shots from him all round the ground in this over from Taylor. And effectively, if both batters are ending up at one end, Blake's got the call to gently lob the ball down to the bowler's end, and will complete the run out, and will work it. It will all come out in the wash which of Masood or Luxton is out, basically who manages to reach their ground at the other end first. But as it happens, Luxton had slipped and so wasn't in at Blake's end, so they didn't have any batter at either end. Great moment of comedy that one predicts will end up on the One Day Cup social media feeds later. It's been a wonderful over of batting from Yorkshire here, as Luxton brings up his half century with just 38 deliveries. It's just his 3rd in this day cricket. It's been a wonderful innings from a young batter. Yorkshire had a difficult time of it at the start of proceedings. It looks like very difficult batting conditions. But after that brief rain break, Luxton has gone through the gears. And this over has been a great example of kind of how Yorkshire have changed tact over the opening stages of this innings. We've seen runs scored all around the ground, down to deep square leg, drives straight, dabs down to third man. Much needed dot ball at the end of the 12th over. The score is 79 for 1.
They worked really well as a pair because Masood started relatively slowly, took a few balls to get off the mark. But he's done a really good job of making sure that Luxton's had as much strike as possible. Luxton seeing it really well. And yeah, well, Luxton, a young man in form, just 21 years old, only turned 21 in May. Only had a handful of opportunities in Yorkshire's championship team, 3 first-class appearances. His first coming against Surrey, actually, at Scarborough more than 2 years ago. But he got a red ball 100 just the other day against West Indies with the county select 11, 112 not out.
Kerr continues, and Luxton takes a single out to the sweeper on the deep cover point boundary. I saw a quote from Otis Gibson, the Yorkshire head coach, kind of singling Luxton out as a player to watch and who they're hoping to give him many opportunities to in this competition, and referenced that century against the West Indies 11 as it read so wonderfully, and that he just said how happy he was for Will, and a player of Will's quality, to have achieved that and had that milestone. Appeals in hope rather than expectation.
Ambitious appeal. Yeah, there's always a question mark, however talented a player you are at youth level, but can you actually do it against quicker bowlers, against bowlers who are just that little bit more accurate? I remember you telling me once, Cam, you were talking to a player who's around the fringes of the professional game, and they describe the step up every time you go up. It's just you have smaller margin for error every time, smaller margin for error every time. And Luxton getting that 100 against West Indies in an attack of Jason Holder, Zari Joseph, Jaden Seals.
Kerr goes very short, and that beats Josh Blake. He's given a no ball. So it's gone over Luxton's head and gone away to the boundary. So it'll be 6 runs in total. replay here. McCurr bangs the ball in short and too short, and leaps off the trampoline and away for 4 runs.
Balloons over both batter and keeper. Another knock that Luxton will have got great confidence from going in today was a 50 he scored off 31 deliveries against the Surrey second 11. A very familiar looking Surrey attack. On that day they had Yusuf Majid, Conor McCurr, James Taylor and Matt Dunn, all of whom are in action today. That game was only 9 days ago in the second 11 semi-final at Wormsley. So he's got recent form against this Surrey team in particular.
It must have been the most extraordinary day's cricket to go and watch if anyone had the opportunity. Down at Wormsley, which is an incredibly picturesque ground, built to the exact dimensions of Lord's. It's beautifully bowled by McCurr, who gets a Yorker just swinging into Masood, who's able to keep the ball out. Yeah, they had the second 11 T20 finals day there. So all the teams coming together, and the second 11 competitions are inherently strange competitions. You don't really know who's going to turn up at any kind of week-to-week scenario. But as it happened, you'd have seen kind of dress rehearsal for the One Day Cup, and we've been able to confidently predict that Will Luxton will be batting beautifully on the 25th of July. It's a tight line from McCurr.
Somerset emerged victorious in the final. They scored 191 and Yorkshire didn't get close. Very strong Somerset side actually, looking at their 11. George Thomas, who looked really good on T20 debut last week or the week before that. Andy Umeed, who was outstanding in the One Day Cup last year. James Rew, captain, he's an England Lions player. Tom Lammerby in the 5 in the 2s. Casey Aldridge, another England Lions player. Sonny Baker, who's played in the 100.
So close for Surrey there as Luxton chops the ball down past his stumps. The ball takes an inside edge. In the end, it's just 1 run to end the 14th over. The score is 90 for 1.
Do you reckon at county second 11 level, do you get the same cries as you get in club second 11 cricket? You know, when someone's really good and you sort of question, why are you in the ones?
I guess the idea might go the other way in that there's always that kind of wonderful kind of safety you can take in playing 17 cricket anyway. If anyone was any good, they wouldn't be there. Someone else has chosen not to have them in their team on that given day. We should have a change of bowling from pavilion end. It's Cameron Steele enters the attack with his leg spin. Cameron Steele, who had the kind of the honour of being the early season's man of conversation. There's always one player every season when England aren't yet playing, and so kind of all the journalists spend their some time watching domestic cricket, and whoever plays well gets the kind of one round table right up, and it was Cameron Steele this year, and in he comes.
I've been really impressed with Steele all season. Obviously he had those weeks at the start of the summer where there wasn't any other cricket happening in England, and actually even in England there wasn't that much cricket because of how much rain there was. He really thrived with the Kookaburra ball early on, but he's really backed it up. Thought he was very impressive in the blast, effectively replacing Dan Lawrence as Surrey's #1 spinner. Lawrence missing a lot of cricket towards the back end of the group stage, involved with the England Test stuff. Steele describes himself as one of the best googly bowlers in the country, and you saw that googly in action, especially in that win over Essex at Chelmsford, a really important win that ensured that Surrey would get a home quarter final, which they now have against Durham in early September. Steele went okay in the One Day Cup last year, 10 wickets at 29, economy rate of 5.28.
Interesting as well that Surrey have opted for the leg spin of Steele ahead of Yusuf Majid. Steele started well, just 2 runs off the first 3 balls of the over.
What do you think would have come into the thinking there in terms of who goes first out of the 2 of them? Is it an Edmonds thing? Would you rather have one of them at a particular end?
We're very central, so there can't be too much a case of bowling to the shorter end. there is that googly. Yeah, as Cameron Still has mentioned, so he turned for 2, make it home comfortably. I think given how central the wicket is, it wouldn't be a case that, oh, we've got the leg spin, we want to protect them from the leg side boundary. There is a big wind blowing from the right to the left of us, as you see on the screen here, actually from the left to the right as you see on the screen at the moment. That would be assisting any kind of leg side shots that the right-handed Luxton would be playing against Steele. I imagine it comes down to either a hierarchy that Steele is the first choice spinner in this team currently, or that with Yorkshire well set, they feel like they're in need of a wicket and the wrist spin would be the better option. Googly's bowled again. Luxton pulls the ball over mid-wicket. Dropped him for a single.
Handy start from Steele, just 5 runs from his first over. I guess the other thing I'd say about Steele is he bowls very few bad balls from his spinner. And he almost has that Liam Livingstone quality because he trusts his googly so much. He doesn't feel like someone who you'd much prefer to be bowling a left-hander or right-hander, because he turns the ball in both directions and does it with a commendable degree of control.
Conor McCurr to continue. Scores 95 for 1 after 15. Both teams have lost 1 over apiece. We're playing 49 over match. There was a slight rain delay. That's pulled wide mid-on and 4 more runs for Luxton. Moves on to 61, and it has been the most fluent of innings. Runs have been scored both sides of the wicket. He's been driving through the offside incredibly well, and also picking up length, as he showed again here. That wasn't that short, but he's been able to muscle the ball safely over mid-wicket and away to the boundary.
A couple of times I think Luxton has played shots, not just on where the ball is, but also where the field is. That's the second time he's pulled it in front of square. This is the first time he's picked up 4 with that shot. Very little protection there for McCurr if he does short. 2 men in front of square on the leg side, one of whom is very close at catching the wicket.
And there we see his shots on the other side of the wicket as well. A useful cover drive to bring up Yorkshire's 100. Last 10 overs, Yorkshire have been cantering along at ease. Luxton has been the main source of that entertainment. He's cruising along at 65 or 50. His captain and Pakistan international Shah Masood's on 24 of 34 at the other end. 2 balls, 2 boundaries so far this over.
Could be a very difficult time of an innings to bowl for a seamer, I feel. At the moment, McCurr is bowling with 4 men out on the boundary, but they're all either square or behind square. There's a lot of space for Luxton to attack in front of the wicket. There's very little margin for error for McCurr. What do you think the plan is here to Luxton in particular, with a lot of protection square and behind the wicket?
Just trying to do the mental arithmetic with the field. Often fields will tell you very clearly what the plan is, especially when there's a kind of spinner bowling. With the same field for Masood, just in reverse for the left hand, right hand, you've got deep third, a fine leg, and then the 2 fielders out on the square boundaries, and that suggests they're expecting sideways movement either way and bowling at the stumps to be able to have protection on both sides of the boundary. And that is out. Shah Masood gloves through to Josh Blake behind the stumps. And with that field we were just discussing, to have those 2 men out on the leg side boundary gives you the protection to have the option to bowl short. That is exactly the option that Surrey have taken against Masood. A very timely wicket. There's never a bad time to take a wicket. I always think it's very strange when people say a good time to take a wicket. Just in the replay here, just takes the wrist, takes the glove on the way through. Given the speed at which Yorkshire were threatening to take this innings away from Surrey, very timely intervention from McCurr.
Yeah, really well directed bouncer, really good pace, really well directed, awkward line, hard line to pull. Masood took it on, There's protection there behind square on the leg side, still went for the shot, but McCurr tucked in for room. It's a really big wicket. Masood, vastly experienced player with that outstanding list day record, averaging 54 over the course of his career. And Yorkshire were going really, really well there. Recovered well from the early loss of Finley Bean, 7 for 1 in the third over. That's, you know, they put on 97 runs in 13 overs. So really productive stand between Masood and Luxton. It changes the equation a little bit for Luxton, who's been playing so positively. He's now joined by Wharton. Yorkshire in a very strong position, 104 for 2 after 15.5 overs. And Surrey on the attack here. Slip in place. Dom Sibley at first slip to the new man Wharton.
Aiming for the stumps first up to Wharton. Slips down leg side, so wide is given. And we have just seen that slight change of field where, rather than removing any of those fielders from the boundary, given Yorkshire's run rates, they still want to protect those boundaries. But they've plucked a man from the leg side and then gone to have a slip to have another catcher. So still expect McCurr and Surrey to be bowling very straight at Wharton. Just hoping to entice him into that drive.
Yeah, very attacking move, given there's a bit of inward movement from McCurr. Very little protection in front of square on the leg side now.
We see that straight line persisted with, but it allows Wharton to get off the mark at the end of the 16th over. The score is 106 for 2.
James Wharton, bit of info on the new man, the Yorkshire number 4, 23 years old. Played a bit more first team cricket than Luxton has. 13 first class appearances, 6 list day appearances and 15 in the T20 Blast. Has 2 professional hundreds, 188 in the Championship, 111 not out in the Blast, that 188 less than a month ago against Derbyshire at Chesterfield.
He has 1 century this year, high score of 188. Still continues. Also just clips the ball into the leg side, no run.
Regular presence for Yorkshire in their one-day cup side last year, playing in all 6 games.
Frustrating single for Surrey. You're effectively trying to win overs in kind of limited overs, 50 over cricket. You know that you're effectively kind of signing yourself up for 50 difficult overs where 300 is potentially par. And the opportunities to sneak a couple of in, target a new batter, restrict that run rate is so golden.
Yeah, something that Masood did really well once he got off the mark was rotating the strike. Luxton going so well at the other end. Give his partner as many opportunities to score as possible. Chance now for Surrey to exert some control. Reasonable start this from Steele, just 7 runs off his first 10 deliveries.
The field to Luxton there was excellent in that it effectively protected from a bad delivery. There's 3 fielders out on the leg side and anything short and wide, so you have 1 fielder out on the offside boundary. But if you wanted to take a risk, it was a high risk option over mid-off or taking that on the reverse sweep. Also quickly back in his crease, attempting to push the ball out into the offside for 1. Ball is intercepted by Burns.
Still looking to really attack the stumps. Now bowling to 2 right-handers.
It's pulled over mid-wicket. 4 runs to Wharton, gets away with the boundary. That's a shame for Surrey because it had been such a tight over from Steele up until that point. As the 17th over comes to an end, 112 for 2. There's excellent batting from Wharton. to be able to get deep in your crease, to be able to accentuate just how short or not short that delivery was, and to muscle it over mid-wicket, knowing that the gap on the boundary is over that fielder in the ring.
A really good sign for Yorkshire that they're still looking to attack despite that wicket of Masood. As you say, Cam, really not a lot wrong with that delivery. And looking at not only this pitch, but the sort of scores that were racked up yesterday on day one of the One Day Cup. You say 300 is part, but actually looking at the scores yesterday, maybe it's a fair bit more than that.
Goes short again, wide given. I found it very surprising yesterday. Warwickshire chased, I believe it was around 320 to win. And it was their highest ever list day, successful list day chase. And it kind of reminded me that we've been spoilt to a degree, or how quickly the one day game has changed in the international scene over the last 5 or so years. But also that's coincided with a time where in the domestic game you've played less one day cricket, and the people playing one day cricket have been younger, and so records like that still exist at the kind of county level as opposed to the international level. It's a beautiful shot. Only one run will be received. It's cut away to the fielder, a cover point boundary.
Seeing McCurr bowl back of the length with so much protection, square of the wicket and behind the wicket, it's almost as if he's modelling his role here in the middle overs of someone who did it so successfully for England and occasionally for Surrey too, and for Yorkshire actually.
And the San Francisco Unicorns.
And the San Francisco Unicorns. The Liam Plunkett role, although slight change to the new man Wharton.
There can't have been many cricketers who've managed to build a role that is then named after them. Hammering that heavy length again, could be a run-out opportunity in non-strikers then. Yorkshire scamper through.
I think there's a lot going on there with the Liam Plunkett role. It was a very particular time in England's limited overs history, and in that it was the first time that the England men's white ball side was good. So there was so much interest in every bilateral series. There's such a clear goal at the end of the tunnel, that home World Cup in 2019 that they obviously won.
It was a peculiar time, and you're right, in that bilateral series I remember being excited for England versus New Zealand, the first bilateral series after that World Cup. I was tuning in, it was an event that I cared about effectively. Again, that's not the first time today that McCurr's found the inside edge of Luxton. Again, it's so close to chopping onto the stumps. Not that I don't care about every cricket match that I ever watch and happens in the world. I remember particularly that New Zealand series where it was Alex Hales and Jason Roy at the top of the order, and it was a change. It was a tangible change to what had come before and what it was going to look like, we just didn't know.
I remember taking a photo of the TV screen at the end of that first game when England scored 400, because I just didn't think that would ever happen again. I didn't think it was possible. Just looking at that replay, McCurr getting that ball to really jag in off the seam.
Wonderful stroke from Luxon, who scamper through for a single. Drives hard at Matt Dunn, who was just on the ring at mid-off. It was put to Ollie Pope after the test match at Trent Bridge. If England have realised just how much they've changed the barometer of what we expect in test cricket. They scored 416 in a day against the West Indies, which is more than the famous kind of 405 in a day against Australia back in 2005. And apparently they batted sensibly. Whereas before that was a kind of once-in-a-generation event.
Well, the flip side of that is another good shot from Wharton. Ollie Pope received some stick for saying that England can maybe score 600 runs in a day. And people would say, oh, that's classic England under Stokes McCullum bit, showing a bit too much hubris. But I was like, well, they literally did do it. So in that Rawalpindi game, they scored 500 runs in a day, but only 75 overs were bowled. In a typical day of Test cricket, you have 90 overs. England scored 598 from their first 90 overs in that game.
Kerr finishes another over. Scores 118 for 2. I always feel like players are often kind of hard done by in those situations, because Ollie Pope, his full answer when he's kind of he's talking to the written press at the end of the game, is he explains how there are going to be times when, yeah, we scored 400 in a day, but there are going to be days when we score 280 because if the ball's moving around, we want to get better at reading situations. But hey, you never know, there might be a day we score 500 or 600. And that was just him kind of putting a kind of, with a smile, with a laugh at the end of it, going like, we might get 600, that'll be fun. And then we're all guilty of, the headline that comes out the following day is, Pope says England will score 600. Luxton playing that pull shot incredibly well again. It's quite unusual in how straight he pulls the ball. That delivery from Steele isn't too short, and compared to most people who'd kind of potentially swivel on it and try and pull the ball out towards kind of square leg, muscles it down to long on for a single that brings Wharton on strike.
It's a shot that Jamie Smith plays really well. Jamie Smith pulls very straight, and he's also very quick at not even going back to balls that are that short. For him, even length balls are pullable against spinners. We saw a lot of it in the early stages of the T20 Blast this year. Fuller this time from Steele. Yeah, on misinterpreting players' comments and not showing the full context. Another example of that would have been when Zach Crawley said we're going to win by, I don't know, 150 runs.
Oh, I felt so sorry for him after that. He was hammered
in the
for that.
Ashes.
Some fantastic footwork from Wharton. For those who don't remember, ahead of the Ashes series last year or after the first test, I think Zach Crawley was on Times Radio. He was doing a radio hit, and they were pushing him for some kind of optimism. And they were going, go on, give us a prediction. He was sitting on the fence. He went, oh, I don't know, we win by, I don't know, 150 runs. It's well stopped mid-wicket to prevent the single. And before you know it, he's kind of held up as this kind of overconfidence from England, kind of showing off, exaggerating their own abilities.
Yeah, it's one of those as well where I don't think he's helped by whoever the first person was to transcribe what he said.
It's a wonderful shot from Luxton. Something Yorkshire are doing so well here is they're targeting the boundary over the shoulder of that fielder in at mid-wicket. So here again, Luxton still slightly full of length. Still just trading Steele and Luxton's names interchangeably the whole time. And Luxton sweeps over mid-wicket for 4 more, moves on to 74. End of the 19th over. Rana is departing. Taha Hashim is joining. The score is 124 for 2. Where else in the world would you rather be?
How are you?
Taha. What a treat. I'm all the better. Not that me and Yaz aren't the closest of friends, and we've got a trip to Edinburgh planned in a couple of months. It always brings a smile to my face to be working, socialising, sitting next to you.
Thank you for the invite to that Edinburgh trip.
Well, Yaz having gone to Edinburgh University, I felt like he was the more valuable friend in that occasion to be able to show me around town. But we do have a bowling change from the Vauxhall end. Yusuf Majid is coming into the attack. Something that's worth keeping an eye on is Surrey, in effect, do have 5 bowlers for this match. So all their 5 bowlers, unless Ryan Patel has a little bowl later on in the day, will bowl their full allocation of 10. And with only 30 overs to go, it means that Yusuf Majid is likely to be in for a long spell here through the middle overs.
Excited to see how it goes. It's been among the wickets in the 2s for Surrey. So 6 for 16 against Middlesex just a few weeks ago.
I don't know if Majid will thank me for bringing this up, but it's become in the public realm recently. Concedes his first run. A very fast start to the over from Majid. He's been darting the ball in at pace. But with the kind of great success of Sher Bashir, Surrey have kind of always asked questions, well, he was your youth product. Can't believe you released him, kind of thing. And it was Yusuf Majid who they had the choice of one spinner, and they plumped for Majid. It's Well bowled again by Majid. I do think very highly of him here at Surrey. He's been on the fringes of the county championship team for a couple of seasons now. He found the majority of his opportunities in the One Day Cup.
I spoke to Shoaib Bashir at the end of last year when he'd just been picked in England squad to tour India, and asked him about getting released by Surrey. And he said they wanted me to work on my his release, and they wanted me to work on my my batting, my bowling, and my fielding. I thought, okay, that's quite a lot of stuff you need to work on there, Shoaib. And it's obviously gone very well for him since.
After 20 overs, the score is 125 for 2. Very fine start by Majid. Yeah, Bashir's exit. Everyone speaks. Normally, there's some kind of acrimony when a player gets released, but from both parties, everyone seems to get along very well. And it seemed like the right decision at the time, and then to his utmost credit, Bashir's developed incredibly over the last couple of years to make it all the way to England. So one shot from Wharton. Skips down the track to loft the ball over mid-off. The footwork from both Wharton and Luxton to steal has been absolutely fantastic. Luxton in particular, in that last over to steal, we saw him looking to sweep, and then the immediate following delivery, rocking back in the crease. We do have a change of field. The deep square leg is coming up into the ring, and that mid-off is now dropping back to long off. He sweeps again. Chance for a catch in the deep. Chance for 6 runs to be added to the total. It just beats Dom Sibley on the rope.
You mentioned that in the last over, but the placement of their hitting it deep mid-wicket has been excellent so far.
Surprised Wharton's taken that risk, but he's rewarded with as many runs as you possibly can be in this sport. And that could be 4 again. They'll come back for 2, hit very straight. Long on intercepts the ball, and they settle just for a single. It's one of my great pet peeves when often our colleague on this stream, Daniel Norcross, gets very annoyed when people refer to a 6 as a maximum, because you can run 3 and it'd be 4 overthrows, and I always think that that's just boring and people shouldn't worry about it.
Should we call every 6 a maximum today?
I absolutely think we should do that. We'll find out if he's listening, because he will message in or WhatsApp in. He might actually just turn up to shout at people. But 12 off the over so far, 2 balls remaining. Still, it was a quicker delivery, straight and tight to the stumps. This field now, with that square leg in the ring, expect Steele to stay very offside or just to the right of off stump effectively. Can't risk getting too straight, otherwise be swept or paddle swept. That was a very straight delivery immediately after saying that. That's the end of the 21st over. Scores 137 for 2. Luxton 75 off 65, Wharton on 22 off 18. It's been a very profitable partnership for these two. Just 33 added in a very quick time. Yorkshire cantering along at 6.5 and over.
Strange thing to say after Pakistan's Test captain has just departed, but Wharton's sort of re-energised this Yorkshire innings alongside Luxton. It's patterned beautifully.
Enjoyable innings to watch from Luxton. It'll be interesting to see the risks they look to take against Majid, who started so well in his first over. Just drops his length, and Luxton's able to rock back, push the ball out for 1. They do have long off and long on out. Majid bowled very full in this first over, so I'm imploring Yorkshire to take the risk and to hit him kind of back over his head. Paddle swept. Could it be caught? Fantastic catch from Cameron Steele. It for all money looked like it was beating him. Then he was able to fling out a hand take the catch one-handed. He then twerks in the celebration, which will be a moment of mystery for many of us. I'm sure he'll be asked in the post-play interviews why that particular celebration came to mind. We see here again, fantastic catch, still sticks one hand out, and here you go. Metro Bank fever strikes again.
That's an unbelievable catch. He spent an age in the air to clutch to be a lovely little paddle from Wharton. Just backpedaling, and then not sure what to say about that celebration, but
I wonder how quickly he regretted that.
Terrific one-handed catch.
It was a fantastic shot from Wharton. It really looked like he got enough pace on the ball to beat Steele, and if it had been anyone else, he probably had got enough pace on the ball to beat him. And the moment of the day here, Cameron Steele in slow motion. Fantastic work from our producer and director and overall leader. And Majid's off the mark. Majid did not take a wicket in his 3 matches last season. You see slow motion. I think we're slow mowing the wrong bit here. I don't care about the catch. I care about the celebration. It's a wonderful, wonderful footage of Cameron Steele.
Let's get to the good stuff.
Goodness me. Hands up on his back. George Hill has come into bat, but I don't think that's the important bit. Here we'll have one more replay here. As Cameron Steele shows off some of his finest moves. Can we take that off the screen? Actually, I think I'm done with that. And it's raining. There's lots of excitement happening at the moment at the Kia Oval. We've got Cameron Steele twerking. We've got rain falling out of the sky. We've got George Hill on strike. Starts with a dot. So we did play on through some rain at the start of today. It is quite heavy, so don't be surprised if we're coming off shortly, but Majid will try and sneak in as many balls as he can here.
Quite a few spectators heading indoors now, which tells us that it's getting just a touch heavier.
Scampers through for a single. The ground staff are now making their way around to the covers. It's been a fantastic start from Majid. He's 1 ball left of his second over. His figures are 1 for 3 so far. Finishes with another dot. A fantastic start to proceedings from Majid. And it does look as if we are indeed going to go off. The umpires have removed the bails. The score after 22 overs are 139 for 3. Fantastic intervention for Surrey there with fantastic catch from Cameron Steele. Do you think it's a wonderful or terrible celebration? I think I know what I think, but I've changed my mind. I support Cameron Steele all the way. See here the match summary. Luxton currently unbeaten with 76 off 67. Majid, the pick of the bowling so far, despite having only bowled 2 overs. We're expecting this to be a brief shower. Let's get back on soon. The only concern I have is the rain is falling quite heavily. So if we have this for even 5 or 10 minutes, then maybe it's a time period, we will be losing overs. We started to lose overs earlier on in the day. Some Duckworth-Lewis interventions later. I believe we're staying on air for now. I believe we're not staying on air for now. So, as the ground staff get to work here, we're going to take our leave. We'll be back in contact with all the viewers and listeners as soon as we have some information. But for now, the game is evenly poised at 139 for 3 after 22 overs. We'll be hopefully be back with you from the Kia Oval very, very soon.
Later on, the drive of the Kenneth Barrington Centre, there will be coaching sessions taking place for everyone under the age of 16. They'll be led by some of our Surrey Cricket Foundation coaches. 30-minute sessions taking place from 2 till 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's 30-minute training sessions for under 16s, courtesy of the Surrey Cricket Foundation, taking place at the Kenneth Barrington Centre between 2 and 4 o'clock this afternoon. Those are available free of charge to anyone under the age of 16. Please note, all juniors taking part must be accompanied by an adult. Looking a bit further ahead, Kia will be hosting Surrey's home quarter-final in White County Glass on Tuesday the 3rd of September. Durham making a trip down to South London on that quarter-final. The early bird window for tickets is open now until the 31st of July via online ticketing account or over the phone with a member of the ticketing membership team. So you have until the 31st of July to score your early bird tickets for that quarter-final on Tuesday the 3rd of September. Hospitality packages or surrogates are also now available for this fixture. Find out more information on those packages by emailing hospitality@kiaoval.com. During this interruption, whilst we wait, hopefully, for some more cricket, just a reminder that for members, plenty of food and drink options in the pavilion as well as Peter May Garden and 175 Members Restaurant in the Gandari stand. And then for non-members and general admission ticket holders, for hot and cold drinks, you can head to Bowler's Arms, El Taylor, on the get back in under the Peter May stand. Under the Gandari stand, you'll find fish chips, pizza and coffee. And at the Vauxhall Pie Shop, which is located by block 13 of the J&F stand, you'll find hot pie, sausage rolls, chips, sandwiches and salads. There are also soft and alcoholic drinks available from the Wanderers Bar, located by block 14. Sweet treats, including churros and coffee, as well as ice creams, are available on the pavilion board, as well as under the gallery stand. So plenty of food and drink to keep you going throughout the day here at the Kia Oval. We will bring you any updates on prospects of further play as soon as we can. During today's match, we're raising awareness of prostate cancer with Prostate Cancer UK. If you're over 50, black, or have a family history of prostate cancer, then Prostate Cancer UK are urging you to take their quick and easy risk check. You can find that by searching prostate cancer risk online. Then you'll be able to take the 60-second questionnaire to assess your risk. Alternatively, feel free to have a chat with the team from Prostate Cancer UK. They're here today based in the Sibley forecourt. They'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Do go and see the guys from Prostate Cancer UK who are here with us today at the Kia Oval, located in the Sibley forecourt. Or you can check your risks by searching prostate cancer risk online and take the 60-second questionnaire. Something else to do whilst we wait for some more cricket. The club shop is open below the Gallery stand on St. Block 27. They purchased a wide range of Surrey merchandise, including the Metro Bank one-day cup shirt, as well as our 2024 training range. A wide range of commemorative merchandise to celebrate our 2023 County Championship win. That includes the limited edition 2024 Wisden Reel Surrey's back-to-back County Championship win. So do pay a visit to the club shop, open now and for the rest of the day below the Gallery stand opposite Block 27. And then starting at 2 o'clock and running until 4 o'clock, we have our coaching sessions in the Ken Barrington Centre for anyone here under the age of 16. They're led by top coaches from the Surrey Cricket Foundation, free of charge. They last 30 minutes, and like I say, take place from 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock this afternoon inside the Ken Barrington Centre, which you can find via entrance 32 of the Benson stand. If you are heading down there, just a note that all juniors must be accompanied by an adult when taking part. That will be taking place in 20 minutes, starting at 2 o'clock until 4 o'clock today. Those are 3 coaching sessions in the Ken Barrington Centre. They're being run by our coaches from the Surrey Cricket Foundation. 30-minute sessions running from 2 o'clock until 4 o'clock. All you need to do is walk to the Ken Barrington Centre, which is located at entrance 32 of Benson Stand. And you can receive some top-class coaching from the Surrey Cricket Foundation. So do head over to the Ken Barrington Centre in just over 20 minutes to the start of the first session. Those are running every half an hour between 2 and 4 o'clock today. Please note that if you are taking part in that as an under 16, that you will need to be accompanied by an adult when you are down in the Ken Barrington Centre. Looking ahead to Tuesday the 3rd of September, that will be the quarter-final of the Vitality Blast here at the Kia Oval between Surrey and Durham. Tuesday the 3rd of September. Tickets available now are currently in the early bird window, which is open until the 31st of July, so not long left to secure your early bird price tickets. You can get those via your online ticketing account or over the phone with a member of the ticketing convention team. Hospitality matches for that match on the 3rd of September are also available for Surrey members. You can email hospitality@kiaoval.com for full information. the first of our 30-minute Surrey Cricket Foundation coaching sessions for under-16s will begin in 5 minutes. That's in the Ken Barrington Centre, which you can reach via entrance 32 of the men's stand. Available to anyone under the age of 16, as long as they're accompanied by an adult. First of our 30-minute sessions with the Surrey Cricket Foundation coaches beginning at 2 o'clock, with 3 more sessions at 2:30, 3 o'clock and 3:30. Totally free to take part, just head down to the Ken Barrington Centre, which is accessible via entrance 32 of the Benson stand. as I mentioned earlier, in about 10 minutes' time we'll have some very special guests making an appearance on the outfield here at the Kia Oval, an outfield they all know very well indeed, because it is the winning team from the 1974 Benson Hedges Cup, the first ever one-day trophy won by Surrey. We'll be having a number of the squad here out on the outfield to show off their silverware from 50 years ago in about 10 minutes' time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you turn your attention to the players' dugouts, and please welcome onto the outfield one more time, Surrey legends, Alan Butcher, Arnold Long, Jeff Howard, Pat Pocock, Stuart Story, and Eunice Ahmed, with them the Benson Hedges Cup trophy that they won for Surrey on July 20th, 1974. This was the first ever leftovers trophy won by the club, secured by beating Leicestershire at Lords by 27 runs. And today, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of this historic achievement, Surrey County Cricket Club is pleased to be able to stage a reunion of some of that great team, as well as remembering the late Robin Jackman, Graham Brook, and John Enrich, who of course was captain and man of the match at Lords in 1974. They'll be presented with that Benson Hedges Cup that they won in 1974 by the president of Surrey County Cricket Club, Trish Garrard. And please join me together in honouring their achievement and remembering the incredible contribution they have all made to Surrey County Cricket Club. They've still got it. So once again, please show your appreciation to Surrey legends, Alan Butcher, Arnold Long, Jeff Howard, Pat Pocock, Stuart Story, and Eunice Ahmed, as well as the rest of our Benson Hedges Cup winning side of 1974. And we can follow that lovely moment on the outfield here at the Keogh with some good news regarding today's fixture. Providing there is no further rain, we'll be getting back underway at 2:30 p.m. in just under 15 minutes' time, with the match reduced to 37 overs per side. So, presuming there is no further rain, a 2:30 p.m. restart, with the match reduced to 37 overs per side. We'll bring you the implications for the power plays as soon as we have those calculated. Key information, at 2:30 p.m. restart, 37 overs per side. So once again, we're set to restart in just over 5 minutes' time at 2:30 p.m. The match has been reduced to 37 overs per side. Yorkshire's second power play will now end after the 30th over, with the third power play now taking place between overs 31 and 37 inclusive. And during Surrey's chase, power play 1 will be overs 1 to 8 inclusive. Power play 2 will be overs 9 to 30 inclusive, and the third and final power play will be overs 31 to 37. Hopefully the final bit of information to provide you with is the revised maximum overs for bowlers. That will be 2 bowlers aiming for a maximum of 8 overs, 3 bowlers aiming for a maximum of 7 overs.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to our live coverage from the Kia Oval. Play is imminent. Due to restart in just a couple of minutes, as you can see, the umpires and players are heading back to the middle. Yorkshire will be resuming on 139 for 3. It was a fascinating ebb and flow, nip and tuck first half of this innings before a rather irritating squally shower turned into something a bit nastier than that, and resulted in a delay of some hour to an hour and a half, but we are back in. It's now a 37 over game, and so we've lost 13 overs per innings. Of course, Yorkshire's score will be adjusted at the end, assuming that they do get to the end of their 37 overs. 3 down, and on that point, much will hinge on their excellent young opening. Really stole the show in the first half of this game, 76 from 67, and he will resume with George Hill just 1 not out from 3 deliveries. And so, intriguingly poised game, this one. Hopefully, although the lights are still on, the clouds are pretty high, and I'd be lying if I said there was much blue sky on the horizon, but the forecast suggests that we should be set fair from here on in. My name's Phil Walker, and I'm here with Taha Hashim, who will be taking you through till the close of Yorkshire's innings. Looks like it's going to be Ryan Patel with his medium pacers, Josh Blake standing up, and George Hill to take strike. Perhaps Rory Burns, the skipper, feeling that Ryan Patel may just offer something off the pitch with a bit of moisture and a bit of dampness in the air. A little bit of moisture may well have crept onto that surface as well. Of course, he has some pedigree in this particular kind of format. Very canny medium pacer. That will fly away, slipless, and that will fly away for 4. And so, George Hill is away. Afternoon, Taha. It's been an irritating delay, but we're back on.
Afternoon, Phil. Yeah. Very proactive move this from Rory Burns. Instantly bringing on Ryan Patel on. It was the spinners who were occupying both ends before the break. Yusuf Majid and Cam Steele.
Yeah, so just a hunch, you would suggest, by Rory Burns. Deep third has now been posted back.
Burns probably hoping for Patel to just find a little bit of nibble. Luxton's played beautifully, hasn't he, Phil?
He has. My first time that I've seen him in the flesh. It's been fabulous to watch, especially through the offside. The ball was doing a bit in the first hour, but he stood tall, hit the ball on the top of the bounce. Punched into the offside and probably just a single. In fact, no, he's going to come back for 2. Indication, run well, indication of the intent that Yorkshire are going to have to show now in this reduced game. Just 14 and a bit overs remaining in their truncated 37 over innings. But yeah, going back to Luxton, he lost his partner Finlay Bean early on in the piece, undone, cut in half by James Taylor. It was superb thereafter. Yeah, those shots through the offside, a real feature of his play. Just his 3rd List A half-century to date. He's just getting himself going, really, in a Yorkshire kit, but he's one of these players that they've invested a lot of time in. We first saw him in the under-19 setup, England under-19s, 2 or 3 years back. Just turned 21. So he's just a tyro, really, just finding his way, but well understand why they like him so much. And he's away after the resumption, and he will retain the strike. 23 gone, 1-4-7 for 3. So how do you see this playing out now, Taha?
Well, I mean, with Luxton, it's always interesting watching about him. He was middling every ball until that break, and now suddenly he's got to settle himself back in again. You wouldn't say this Yorkshire side is littered with big hitters down the order.
I think that's the key, isn't it?
You've got Don Bess at 7, who is more of a, is a very good bat, very capable all-rounder, but more of a nerdler than a basher.
It's going to be Majid to resume. Just bowled a couple of very, very tidy overs and picked up that wicket as well. Wharton on the sweep just before the rain break. Yeah, I think it's a good point. They're not overburdened with big hitters in that middle order. So much depends on these two. Bowling entirely to his field. He has a man on the drive, relatively close in, Rory Burns there. So a couple of dot balls to get going here. Gets that one away, but just for a single, of course. Field dead well set now. I think the third power play will be taking place between overs 30 and 37, we gather. And so perhaps in the build-up to that point, these two will play relatively within themselves, holding wickets in hand, ideally. Glorious, glorious by George Hill. Giving himself a little bit of room. Smothered any spin by getting right on top of that, turning it into a longish half volley and just let the hands flow through. One of the shots of the day.
Yeah, we were just talking about Yorkshire potentially not having a great deal of muscle within their batting order, but that was just beautiful timing there from George Hill, just getting to the pitch of the ball.
Flatter by the left arm spinner. Fresh air shot. Yeah, Harry Duke down, carded at least to come in next. Not known for pyrotechnics, more of a technical orthodox kind of player. He's gone up for it, might be slightly leg side-ish. Very, very leg side-ish, I hear from my producer behind me. Martin, you're not interested in that one, and so we move on. 24 overs gone, 152 for 3. I'm hearing, I hate to say, a bit more drizzle is in the air. It's certainly got a little darker. The wind has picked up if we're going by the flags above the pavilion. But we soldier on. It's been the story of the day, really. The players have been very keen to stay out there if they possibly can, players and umpires. Hopefully it's a passing squall. So Patel to continue. And just a single for Luxton, and so relatively becalmed since the resumption. So yeah, Harry Duke carded to come in next. Don Best, Matthew Reevis, who certainly a muscular kind of bowling all-rounder. Fancy that we may see him affect matters later in the piece, assuming we can stay out there, of course. Good this by Ryan Patel. Streaky boundary from the first over, but very tight, bowling to his field, packed offside field. Yeah, the dreaded words, it's getting heavier, as you can see against that black backdrop. Still, resolutely, the crowd hang around here. No brollies that we can see just yet, nothing going up. One or two cagoules in the front row, down at fine leg as we look at it. Oh, there is a brolly. There's a brolly at mid-wicket. And the ground staff are mobilising. I hate to say it, it's one of those days here. Just taking the pace off there, and George will trying to engineer something to no avail, and so useful tight over here with a couple of deliveries to go. Yorkshire have to treat this, you feel, like a 2020 game, really. 12 and a bit to go, 3 wickets down, and so they have some support in the hutch ready to go. Cuffed away just for a single.
Just on that previous ball, George Hill just motioning to Luxton down the other end of a kind of awkward bounce. Patel taking the pace off. Pace on is what Luxton's in particular has really enjoyed today. Again, another slow ball to finish the over. It's very handy stuff from Rana, the off gutter there.
Definitely is. Just 64 mph. So another one ticks by. Surrey doing this well since the resumption. 154 for 3, Yorkshire. Plateauing somewhat at the moment. 25 overs down, but of course just 12 remaining. As we say, from 30 to 37, field restrictions will be back in play. So that will benefit the batting side. You feel like they can't rest and just play slow heartbeat cricket. They need to be proactive here. George Hill showed elements of that in the previous over, coming down to Majid, meeting him on the half volley.
Just on Luxton, it's kind of worth noting, you know, like you said earlier, that he's a young player making his way. 3 first-class matches. It's just be his 15th List A game. Played a handful of T20s as well.
Yeah, just for those 250s from List A cricket, and not much to speak of statistically in the other 2 formats just yet.
But, you know, at the start of this month, played in that county select 11 against the West Indies and got 100 there. And especially with young players, it just seems like sometimes you need that one innings that reminds you that, yes, you can play at this level, and then everything clicks. You stand a bit taller, you find the middle of the bat, and then it all changes for you.
Down the track again. Can only skew it up to long on. And Surrey are mindful of Hill being very strong through the offside in particular, and they have fortified that position at extra cover. Different field now for Luxton. Interesting that he gives up quite a lot of his stumps. If you have a look at him against the left arm spinner, it looks like he's taking a leg stump guard there, and his legs are certainly well outside the line of leg stump, as if he's kind of encouraging the bowler to arrow it into the stumps. There you go, right to Burns, and with a man behind him as well. It's a good field that Burns has set here to the right-hander, and he can rely on his left arm spinner as well to get the job done. Very accurate so far. 1 delivery to go of his 4th, just 12 from him so far. Shorter this time, and he'll take that. Excellent stuff. Use of Majid.
That leg stump guard is almost a sign of respect for the left arm spinner. It kind of suggests that he's accurate, and he's going to just arrow it into the pads. And it's interesting watching Majid, because if you watch him in his load up and just till the point he approaches the crease, you can tell he's watched a lot of Ravindra Jadeja in just the way his body moves. That short run up just behind the umpire.
Yeah, he's not featured yet in T20 cricket. Just, oh, I hate to say it, but you know what I'm saying. Covers again coming on. Oh, it's so frustrating. Yeah, it's steady drizzle, and the ground staff doing what they have to do. So, after that flurry of action, we are back, stuck, waiting for the weather to turn for the better.
On a further introduction, I'm afraid, as the rain returns, Yorkshire 158 for 3.
158 for 3. And you felt like these two were just about to start opening their shoulders. Unfortunately, the weather has come and done us again. So, quick look around the grounds, and then we will take a break, and we will be back as soon as there is a sign of play again. Glamorgan 60 for 3 against Gloucestershire in Group B. 3 early wickets for Gloucester, and repair job by Billy Root and Kieran Carlson in that one. And of course the test match as well at Stormont. Historic day in Irish cricket. And Zimbabwe are going well, having been asked to bat first. They're 120 for 1 inside 38 overs against Ireland. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Barry McCarthy picked up the opener, Joy Lord Gumby, for 49. But Prince Masvori is 53 not out, joined by Dion Myers 10 not out as well. So tourists going really well there at Stormont. Keep an eye on that one. It's a magical occasion for Irish cricket and indeed for Zimbabwean cricket as well. As for here in South London, it's a familiar tale. It's one of those nasty days in London town where the weather just will not clear off and let us have our fun. Nonetheless, of course, we'll be back as soon as we have some positive updates, and we'll try and get this game done.
8:20 p.m. The game has been reduced to 33 overs per side. The third power play of Yorkshire's innings will be from overs 28 to 33 inclusive. And then when Surrey start their chase, power play 1 will be overs 1 to 7 inclusive, power play 2 will be overs 8 to 27 inclusive, and the third and final power play will be overs 28 to 33. 3 bowlers will be able to bowl a maximum of 7 overs, 2 will be able to bowl a maximum of 6 overs, and there will be a reduced interval between innings of 15 minutes. So the restart in just over 5 minutes time at 3:20, and the match is now a 33 overs per side affair. Making their way back onto the field of play, umpires Top Hill and Surrey.
Good afternoon, folks. It's us again. And yeah, we have some cricket and we have some relatively clear skies. I know I said this 45 minutes ago, but please do believe me when I say this time round we are confident of a little bit of cricket from here on in. The lights are still on, but natural light is pretty strong here. There's even some breaks in the cloud over towards our right, looking at it from the Vauxhall end. And we have yet another reduction, so 33 overs aside. 33 overs aside, which means that Yorkshire have 7 overs to negotiate here. They're on 158 for 3. 26 actual overs have already been bowled across 2 different chunks. The weather has been a constant pest all day. 7 overs remaining, and so with 7 wickets in hand, they have to go like the clappers from here on in. Will Luxton for Yorkshire has been an absolute star, and he will be facing first delivery from Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel just bowled a couple of overs in that mini session that we had earlier in the piece before the rains wended in again and we had to scurry for cover. But it's been a canny move by Rory Burns to get him into the attack. These kinds of right arm slowy, medium dibbly dobbly type offerings, it's a very good shout for this pitch in these conditions. George Hill then playing a miss, already making room. This is the back end of a T20 game in effect. They will have some field restrictions in their favour as well. We haven't yet been given confirmation of which final overs will be subject to a power play, but there will be something in it for Yorkshire's batters. Long on goes back now. Scoop time, and that will run away. Well played by George Hill. They'll run away for the first boundary. Taha Hashim is with me.
Lovely shot there from Hill. He's having to sort of manoeuvre because of the lack of pace. Patel again going with the slower ball, and he's just ramped it, scooped it over to the fine leg rope.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's had to put some power into that shot. Can't rely on the pace because there wasn't any. Another change in the field. 2 men on the 45, onside and off. Gives himself room. Another play and a miss. I think this is going to be the order of the day here, that George Hill in particular is an inventive, idiosyncratic kind of player. He's going to be creating angles and trying to make space for himself at the crease, whereas Will Luxton, 82 from 76, will be a more orthodox power hitter. Here he goes again, and another fresh air shot. And so Ryan Patel, just a single delivery of his third over, is doing this well. He's gone for just 15 here.
Hill nicking a page off the Joe Root textbook there. Didn't make any contact, but yeah, I think Surrey now just going to look to go pace off. It's been working all right for Ryan Patel, but you see the way Luxton played earlier before the rain breaks. He was enjoying pace on the ball.
And he gets in another tangle, and he will retain the strike. But first blood to Surrey, you feel, in this final half a dozen now coming up. Just 6 runs from It'll be Hill to retain strike, 20 from 24, Luxton 82 from 76. 6 overs to go. Obviously, Yorkshire's final score will be readjusted to take into account the loss of overs. But you do sense that this is played nicely into the hands of the home side here, who won the toss early under slate grey skies. Inserted Yorkshire, asked them to have first go. They negotiated the first 10 very nicely indeed. 65 for 1 they were after 10. They lost a couple in Shan Masood and James Wharton. Down he goes, man there, clears him. George Hill opens his shoulders, brings up the first maximum of his innings. Dominic Sibley, it was a valiant effort. but he couldn't quite rail that one in, and so first 6 of the resumption.
Yeah, he got hands to it, Dom Sibley, but he was already beyond the rope. It's good that he's okay. He was very close to that sign there over there.
So, Yusuf Majid gives himself room again. No one back there, and that will probably run away. Even with a slightly sodden outfield, that will run away. Enough pace on that short boundary down to the Bedser stand from that end. And so, 10 from 2. Good start here by George Hill.
Getting Hill, it's what he was looking to do to Patel in the last over as well. Play behind the keeper. Just got no pace to work with here. You see Majid as well, who's kind of taking a tiny bit of pace off the ball, having been arrowing it into the pads earlier.
So where does Majid go now? This time slapped into the covers, but we will have a man at long off, relatively wide, and so they will come back for a couple nonetheless. 12 from 3. Good start to this over for the visitors. Reverse this time, straight to the man, but they will take a single, and man at backward point decides against having a throw at the stumps, and so comfortable enough single in the end. Brings Will Luxton onto strike, who's only faced 1 delivery since the resumption. But really impressive in the morning session, 82 from 76 he is. Real breakout innings for him, just a couple of list A 50s to his name up until today. No touch by the bowler, and so no appeal. No Zach Crawley moment this time. Frustrating though for Luxton, because he got a lot of that. And he'll pick up a single to retain the strike. Okay, 5 to go.
It really is such a tough ask for these two batters. Having kind of been in that period of a one-day game where you're settling into the middle overs, Hill had just sort of come into the crease when that first significant rain delay started. And you're talking about building a partnership, just finding the gaps, and then suddenly now you're back here where you've just got 5 overs left in this innings, and suddenly their power game has to switch on.
Yeah, they have to have a target in mind. 60 from the final 5 would be a tidy effort, all things considered. It's going to be pace on now with Matthew Dunn from the far end, the Stuart Members Pavilion end, and Ryan Patel experiment worked nicely for Rory Burns either side of the rain. 3 overs for 16. But it's going to be Matt Dunn's muscular brand of right arm seam. Just looking at the field, spread quite conventional really, but nobody at long off, and so I imagine we'll see quite a few balls dug in here. Longish boundary to the onside, testing Luxton's leg side play, which has been excellent up until now. There you go, banged in, skied, Rory Burns under it, safely done, and so not to be after all for Will Luxton, who searches still for that first senior 3-figure score, but it's been a sparkling knock. 83 from 78 with 12 crisply struck 4s, but he has to go. You can't help feeling for him just a little bit. He's had to start again 3 times now today, and with the slog on in the last 5 of this truncated and stop-start innings, it's one of those. He had no time available to him to work his way back into his innings, and so he has to go.
Yeah, he never really found his flow after coming back to start his innings for a 3rd time today. So it's always been a struggle. As you said, just sense that the Surrey Quicks are going to go dig into the surface, nothing too full. We're going to see a few slower balls here, I reckon.
Yeah, Matthew Reeves, new man, strong lower order hitter, Flintoffian in his style, models himself on his hero, Andrew Flintoff, and he will not die wondering here. Doesn't have the time to, nonetheless, anyway, so just 4 overs and 5 deliveries left of this innings. Yorkshire will have a target, as we say, maybe 230, 52 runs from here. They would take that. So, wicket for Matt Dunn. In just his second senior game of the year. Just had that 1 run out in the final group stage of the T20 Blast last week. Bowled with pace there. Looked good here as well early on. 4 overs for 26. Picks up his first wicket.
He's got both long on and long off up.
So again, telegraphed, you would think. Explore the middle of the pitch here. So Reeves is away, he's running hard. Nothing doing, just a single. So George Hill, 33 from 28, he's gone nicely. He's looked busy, especially after the rain. Took 10 from the first 2 deliveries of the previous over, and he'll be looking to climb into Matthew Dunn here. I wonder if he might just give himself a little bit of room and try and go offside. Not the strongest hitter, and there's 2 men on the catch on the leg side. Does Matt Dunn double bluff here and spear in an off-stump Yorker? No, he has gone wide, and that's flown over Josh Blake's head, and where first slip would have been. Much needed boundary. Useful runs here now. George Hill rattles along. 5 boundary 4s, and that's 6 now.
Unfortunate there for Matt Dunn, applying the same tactics he used at the start of the over. Short, just a touch wide.
Yeah, I think the ball has spirited itself underneath one of the covers. No, in fact, James Taylor's managed to retrieve it, so we move on. We don't need any more delays out here. It's been one of those frustrating days because this game was bubbling along very nicely indeed. These 2 institutions, really, of English cricket. Yorkshire had ridden that early spell very, very usefully. 65 for 1 after 10 before the rains came. Now they're scrabbling to try and engineer a target. Leave it in the hands of the mathematicians after that. Skewed straight, but I think it's in the gap, and it is indeed. It will plug, and he'll come back for a couple. All useful runs here. George Hill's looked useful out here.
He's unable to go to what has appeared as sort of go-to option so far in this innings, which is the sort of cute dink towards the fine leg rope, or even trying the reverse scoop.
Yeah, deep third is very fine here just below us for that very shot. Tries it again, but gets much more of it this time round, and I think it will just limp over the boundary rope. Yes, it does. 4 more. Well played, George Hill. This is good now, moves into the 40s. 43 from 31. He's doing this very well.
Yeah, this was just a touch fuller from Dunn. So he was just about able to get under it, get the elevation, get the power down the ground.
Yeah, and good game sense as well, because he knows what's coming. And he knew that those 2 men at mid-on, mid-off were both up. One's gone back now to long on. Dunn running in hard. Scoop time. Gets enough of it. And it gets there. Back-to-back boundaries. Smart, intelligent cricket. Knows where the gaps are, and he's good enough to utilise them.
It's excellent batting from Hill. He managed to bring that fine leg into the ring there, having gone straight from the previous ball to get 4, and then he finally has that room to play that shot that he'd been wanting to play for a while now. Cute little ramp over fine leg, and he moves to 47 off just 32 balls. Cam Ponsonby's alongside me now.
Well, what a gem this is from George Hill. 47 off 32, 4 overs remaining in the innings. Conor McCurr has replaced Yusuf Majid from the Vauxhall end. A move I'm slightly surprised about, given how well Majid has bowled. I'll have to check how many overs he has bowled in case he's bowled his allotted amount. McCurr returns to the attack for the meantime. Angle into the body immediately, they tuck away 1 run. What do you reckon they're looking for to finish here after their 33? Obviously, as Phil Walker alluded to earlier, there will be the work of the many mathematicians who can work out what Duckworth-Lewis boost they're going to get after the remaining 4 overs. Another 40, another 50.
I've got no idea.
McCurr goes short again, flies through to the wicketkeeper. I think those are numbers that they would often have in their mind of the final 4 overs of an innings. 10 and over, 12 and over. An over in the modern T20 game. The minimum teams look for and players talk about is 50 off the last 4. That's kind of the margin they want to leave themselves with. Yorkshire, having only lost 3 overs when 3 wickets when the rain intervals had come, be looking at quite a healthy boost when it all comes out in the wash. Short again from McCurr. Very well directed, just passing Hill over the shoulder. So he gets 1 for the over, but it's not signalled wide. Plans from Surrey telegraphed here. They're sticking with the short bowling. We're right in the middle of the square today at the Oval, so it's very long, both either side of the wicket, so they feel they have that protection.
Such an interesting situation this for Conor McCurr. He's been on loan at Yorkshire during the T20 Blast, played in a county championship win for them. Now he's bowling against his teammates from just a few weeks ago.
Conor McCurr, one of the great loaners, one of the great loan men of the county championship, being at Yorkshire, Nottinghamshire, Kent. It's pulled away to the right of Dom Sibley. That's a fantastic shot from George Hill, who brings up a very fine half-century indeed of just 36 deliveries. He's really toyed with Surrey's fielders, and 1 over against Matt Dunn in particular was pulling and driving down the ground, forcing them to bring the fine leg up and scooping over fine leg. And again, in a shot we've seen a lot of this innings, Yorkshire players picking up a ball from a length and pulling to the right of that fielder at mid-on. He's looking for that scoop again. The fumble from Blake allows them to scamper through for a bye.
I think McCurr potentially took a bit of pace off there as he closes the over.
End of the 30th over, 199 for 4. It was an interesting option from Hill there because I was going to sneeze. I think I'm still going to sneeze at some point in the near future. That boundary is shorter down towards the dressing rooms, just to the right as we're looking at the pavilion. But the fielder was out on the boundary.
I think Hill's just read the situations brilliantly throughout this innings. And McCurr was getting a bit too predictable there in the over, following that same line at the same pace as well, crucially. They haven't really taken the pace off. So Hill probably knew that there was going to be pace on the ball, it was going to be short, and so you could sense that he was getting ready for that shot. Could had time to almost pick his spot there.
Interesting change here as Cameron Steele's come into the attack. 5 fielders out on the boundary, as you'd expect at this period of time. And that's driven up in the air, but it should be a simple catch for long off. And it is indeed held by Matt Dunn at long off. And that's an important wicket for Surrey. He was really batting beautifully, really accelerating this innings along. A fine change of bowling from the captain, Rory Burns, immediately brings about reward. Just 17 deliveries left in the innings now. Surrey have picked up a key wicket to help them on their way.
Excellent innings from Hill. That's one thing that was noticeable about his innings, is that he's a lot more comfortable hitting it behind the keeper's head rather than the bowler's head. And so he struggles to get that power, the desired power he wants there to be done. He came in comfortably from the long off rope to take that catch. And now Don Bess is in.
Don Bess is in some form of the bat at the moment in the National Counties game that Yorkshire played very recently. He got a brisk 40 odd, a number of boundaries, a number of sixes even. So drawn to my attention. Just turned 27 3 days ago, Cricket Info tells me, so happy birthday to him. Did find with George Hill, maybe it was kind of just the association of Yorkshire, Gray Nichols bats in the same area. I felt like he reminded me of Harry Brook at the crease in very similar techniques, the way they go about it.
I think he'll take that.
Quite right. Let's just see here again on the replay. A simple catch from Matt Dunn, walking in from the boundary rope. Just the setup between the two players, you can see similarities, whether they are a very similar age, whether they had the same coaching growing up. Don Bess cuts his first ball away. That could, I was going to say could run away from 4, but instead it goes well to the right of the sweeper out on the boundary, and they're able to come back for 2.
Yorkshire's 200 in the 31st over.
That's Yorkshire's 200. After 30.2 overs, it's been very entertaining innings when we have been out on the pitch. It's been a stop-start day here in South London. Go on to the total.
Good from Steele. Bit of pace on there that sort of rushed on Bess, which meant he can properly get through the pull shot and settle for just 1.
It's been an excellent change from captain Rory Burns. He took that risk because Hill had managed to pinch the single for the last ball of the previous over and keep strike. Dogs fizzed through. They'd been frustrated at that, but they were able to run that by, and Hill was able to keep strike. The risk of bringing on the leg spinner came with the reward of taking the wicket. Now you've got 2 new batters at the crease. Taken up towards the long on.
I wonder if Burns fancies taking the risk of bringing Majid back on from the other end as well.
Well, he does have another over, and I thought he bowled very, very well across his 5 overs so far. Hill took a fancy to him towards the end, but that was kind of more because he had to as opposed to he wanted to. Well, that has been given out, and as it currently stands, I couldn't tell you for what reason. There was a bit of glove going through. There was a bit of glove that the ball was taken on its way through, so it was caught behind. Blake then removed the bails just in case Don Bess had dragged his foot. It also looked from our angle that it might have taken a tiny bit of pad, so there were 3 dismissals in play, but what ultimately mattered, that one of them was, in the opinion,
Don Bess was caught by Josh Wade, bowling off hand Steele for 3.
So Don Bess has to go. I'm sure we'll see a replay of dismissal shortly, and a very profitable over for Cameron Steele, who takes 2 wickets in the over, just concedes 4 runs. 2 overs remain in the innings. Harry Duke arrives at the crease.
You get the sense with Yorkshire that they're just missing that bit of extra power at the back end of their batting lineup. So through this, much of the strike since he came in a few overs ago.
Kerr hammers that length. Revis searching for a single. Duke turns him down. Just 11 deliveries remain. Harry Duke, another of the the many England under-19 players, or former England under-19 players that are featuring in this competition. Fine wicketkeeper batter with 2 centuries in this competition. It's pulled away powerfully, that'll be 4 runs. Another fantastic shot from Yorkshire as Revis gets his first boundary. This exact shot you're going to see on the replay here, we've seen a real trend of it this innings. Just suggests there's not that much pace in the wicket that players are able to pick up the length and pull it in front of square. Normally if there is that pace on the ball, players will have to swivel on the ball and you'll see pull shots going square of the wicket. But they're early enough on picking up the length and they've got enough time to be able to pull the ball in front of square. As Revis showed once again there.
I think Revis might have anticipated the slow ball there from McCurr as well.
Short again. And Revis looks pleadingly at the umpire for it to be a wide ball, but as it happens, I think the umpires have signalled one for the over there. It definitely wasn't signalled a wide. Either way, it's a dot ball.
It's a simple game plan here from McCurr. He's going to bang the same spot over and over again, but just changes pace each time he does it. And so Revis knows where it's going to be, just doesn't know when it's going to come at him.
It's an excellent line from McCurr, cramping Revis for room, who did his best there. He shuffled across the leg side to give him the opportunity to access that offside, to kind of drive through the covers. At the moment, the field we had to Revis is now changing for the new batter. And Harry Duke was a short third backward point cover mid-off, one fielder on the offside boundary. And all the fielders on the leg side were out the fence, so as Taha was referencing, he knew really that the ball was going to be bowled short, and he was basically given the challenge of pulling the ball over that massive square leg boundary. Now long on's come up to mid-on. Third has dropped out as Harry Duke prepares to face his first delivery. Muted appeal for LBW, but Yorkshire will scamper through. It's given leg byes, so Duke remains on 0.
McCurr throws a nice surprise in there, goes full and straight this time. With pace. Just the 1 ball remaining of this over. McCurr's done a very solid job in this kind of mini spell. He's bowled just at the back end of this innings. Short once more. That might have taken a tiny bit of bat on its way through past Josh Blake, and Yorkshire spin for 2. Make it home, and it's given as a no ball, which doesn't necessarily suggest that there was no bat on it. We might get a chance on the replay. It does look, just by the way it travelled, that it had taken a tiny bit of glove perhaps, but that is why if the ball is delivered above head height, it is a no ball, not a wide, because if it was a wide, that indicates you're not physically able to hit it, whereas that's why it's then given a no ball. I learnt that earlier this year, and I hope you found it as uninteresting as I did. McCurr to finish once more. Excellent line. Cramped for room. Yorkshire look for 2, but they settle for 1. More to the point, Revis settles for 1 in order to keep strike for what will be the final over. After 32 overs, it is 246. Thoroughly interesting stuff there.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But people, these are the rules of the game.
Rules?
Rules. I get very angry when people get annoyed and say it's actually the laws, which I'm sure is correct, but there's just bigger things to worry about in the world.
It's very true. Very well said.
Thank you. Cameron Steele will finish proceedings. So we have 6 deliveries left, 6 legal deliveries left. Field Surrey will bowl to. There's a short to fine leg, a short third man, backward point. Rory Burns at cover as the 4 fielders in the circle. 3 fielders out on the leg side boundary, a long off and deep cover point. That's short, pulled into the leg side. Could it be caught? Could it be 6? 6 runs to the total. Revis rocks back. It was the Cameron Steele googly. If anything, spun the ball into Revis's arc. He was able to power the ball away to the leg side boundary.
And the main issue here is probably the length, just too short. Gives Revis quite a bit of time as well. Yes, the ball's in his arc, but he's got plenty of time to rock back and pick the gap between the two fielders out there on the leg side rope.
Revis sweeps out to the leg side. It should just be 1. Indeed it is, to bring Harry Duke on strike. Revis is absolutely livid with himself. A man of high standards. Hope to get a bit more of that. Steele just missed his length again. That was just a bit fuller after the shorter delivery had gone for 6. He's having a little chat with his mate. Should advise on some instructions. Imagine there won't be too much further than swing as hard as you can and try and clear the rope. It might be take 1 and get me back on strike. We'll find out very shortly. Appeal from Steele, but the intended result works. Duke looking to just get that ball over those 2 fielders in the ring on the offside. They'll settle for another leg bye. 2 balls faced by Duke, both ended up in leg bye, so he remains on 0, but he's turned the strike over, so job's done from him. And that's a full toss, and that's 6. That has gone many a mile back into the 100 DJ tent. Oh, that's an act of physical activism from Revis to take down the 100 awnings.
Transcended formats there. That shot, just a full toss from Cam Steele, and at this level, I'd expect Revis to seize upon it as he did there.
It's a wonderful strike from Revis. He's caught that incredibly cleanly. Again, I have got to emphasise, we're right in the middle of the wicket here at the Oval. That's a hell of a long hit all the way back there. He's bowled once more and driven beautifully down the ground for 6 more. The power of that strike. Could not appreciate it. From the angle we are behind him, it looked like it had gone flat and potentially for 4 runs. And the ball kept travelling and thundered into the Metro Bank advertising.
Yes, that's the best of the lot so far. Straight 6. Beautifully hit from Matthew Revis. I was decrying the lack of power in Yorkshire's batting lineup, but Matthew Revis has told me to go home.
And 6 more. 26 off the final over. And it has been wonderful hitting from Revis, who runs off after a job well done. He finishes on 36 off 15. 4 sixes off that final Cameron Steele over. Yorkshire finish on 240 for 6, and that will be rounded up to a total once the mathematicians have their way, given the overs we lost for rain. Steele just wasn't able to find a length in that final over, and that's a fantastic boost to Yorkshire's total from Revis at the end, who's played a wonderful cameo, starring role. Cameo and starring role don't go together.
Yeah, he got a pat on the back there from his teammate at the other end. Duke, good job, well done. And a nice little. We've had a mini session here. Having had quite a couple of significant rain breaks, and Surrey sort of almost claimed the middle one of 4 overs where Ryan Patel came in from one end, Yusuf Majid came in from the other, and tied things up. But should be pleased with how that third session in the innings.
We're just going to run through the scorecard quickly for you before taking a break. We'll be back on in 15 minutes because of the earlier rain delays. We're going to have a shortened innings break, so it's just 15 minutes for teams to turn around. Already, Surrey's coaches and bowlers are getting ready to have a little warm up. Well, Surrey's bowlers, Yorkshire's. Will Luxton, starring role at the top of the order. He played beautifully for 83 off 79. He really forced the issue at the start of the innings to get Yorkshire off to a wonderful start. His 83 was very helpful indeed, and he was supported by George Hill, who scored a half century of his own, before Matthew Revis finished the job with 36 off 15. From a bowling point of view, Cameron Steele took 2 wickets. He bowled fantastically well until that last over just slipped and 26 runs were conceded. Aside from that, Yusuf Majid 1 for 26 off 5. Not particularly doing him justice there as well. He had one over that was kind of taken a liking to by George Hill. Once it all came out in the wash, it was 240 for 6 after 33 overs. Now we will let you know as soon as we know what that total is revised to. But in the meantime, we'll be back in around 12 minutes with the Surrey chase.
Some food, then all got restaurants serving fish and chips, as well as a selection of soft and alcoholic drinks. Hunter's Bar is open for a roast of the day and a wide variety of drinks options too. Out in the Peter May Garden, you can get your hands on a selection of beers, wines, spirits and soft drinks. In the 175 Members Restaurant in the Galadari stand, lunch available there as well as afternoon tea. And in the long room, the L Bar is serving cocktails with coffee counter there serving a wide selection of fast food as well. Of course, that's coffee. For non-members and those with general admission tickets, you can head to our Bowler's Arms ale container or the Nip Back In under the Peter May stand for a selection of hot and cold drinks. Food-wise, we have fish and chips, pizza under the Galadari stand, as well as the selection of hot pies, sausage rolls, chips, sandwiches and salads at the Vauxhall Pie Shop, which is located by block 13 of the JM Finn side of the ground. And for a range of soft and alcoholic drinks, you can head to the Wanderers Bar, which is located by block 14 of the JM Finn stand. The desserts and ice cream available in the pavilion forecourt. Then under the Galadari stand we have churros and coffee. A further reminder that this season there's a new system in place for the reusable drink cups at the Kia Oval. The first drink you purchase will have a £1 charitable donation added to the cost of your drink. If you return your cup to the bar for your next drink, there will be no additional charity contribution. And at the end of the day, you can deposit your cup in one of the donation stations around the ground, with all proceeds from the system going to support the fantastic work of the Surrey Cricket Foundation. This year so far, the foundation has delivered coaching to more than 20,000 primary school children and supported nearly 15,000 games of recreational cricket. So your donation will support the foundation to continue to grow the game across Surrey and South London, for which we are very grateful. Thank you very much for drinking, reusing and donating. Hot shot remains open beneath the Galadari stand opposite block 27 in a wide range of Surrey merchandise, including our Metro Bank One Day Cup replica shirts, as well as our 2024 training range. There is also a wide range of commemorative memorabilia to celebrate our 2023 County Championship win. during today's match we're raising awareness of prostate cancer with Prostate Cancer UK. If you're over 50, black, or have a family history of prostate cancer, then Prostate Cancer UK are urging you to take their quick and easy risk check. To find that, you just simply search prostate cancer risk online, and then you'll be directed towards a 60-second questionnaire to assess your risk. Alternatively, feel free to have a chat with the team from Prostate Cancer UK, who are here today with us based in the brilliant forecourt. We'll be very happy to answer any questions that you may have. Hill and Sue Rayford. The Yorkshire Vikings fielded side, led by captain Hashim Masood. And with their side requiring 248 runs of 33 overs at 7.52 runs per over.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at the Kia Oval. The weather is cautiously set fair, we hope. Yorkshire finished their 33 over innings on 240 for 6 with some fabulous hitting down the pipe by Matthew Reevis. 36 not out. He plundered from just 15 deliveries with 4 maximums, 3 of which came in the final over from Cameron Steele, and so it gave Yorkshire some real impetus. But perhaps the target, which has been refashioned by the Lewis Stern method, giving them just 248 for Surrey to chase, may just have stopped them in their tracks a wee bit. I wonder if Yorkshire may be wondering if they could have hoped for a little bit more, but it remains a mystery to all the great minds how that particular method and system works, and so we accept it, we take it, and 248 is the target. So just 7 extra runs added to their score, and so this will be what Yorkshire will have to defend. 247 is their revised target, or their revised total rather. Surrey, as expected, are holding Rory Burns back into the middle order, and so it's going to be Ryan Patel and Dominic Sibley to get us going initially against Ben Code from the Vauxhall and Jay Vinstead and get us going. And Ryan Patel just in a slight bit of bother from that first delivery. Looks like it just caught perhaps the bottom of the thigh pad, which is one of those quirky ways that you sometimes see batters depart, when it gets lodged under the thigh pad and trickles back onto his leg stump. But he was okay for that first delivery. Round the wicket, straight away to the left-hander. Wide-ish, and Patel loses his shape in that attempt to force off the back foot. I'm joined again by Taha Hashim this afternoon. So 248 to win, 33 overs in which to get them. You imagine that there'll still be some movement in the air and a bit off the pitch, which have retained some moisture from the earlier rain delays. The lights are on, not a bad time to bowl. Pulled into the onside, but a man on the mid-wicket boundary, so just a single.
Ryan Patel getting off strike. Been caught in a slightly awkward tangle with those first couple of deliveries. He's been kind of Surrey star man in this format over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that he has, and of course he'll be feeling very good about things, having made that sparkling 100 against Essex in that brief championship period where he just had a couple of games either side of the one-dayers. And he came in at number 7 with the game on a knife edge against their other title challengers, and took the game away from Essex on that third day with a fabulous, if you like, career-defining 100 really. And he's just hoping to flow that form into the 50 over stuff here. Be a good opportunity for him, opening the batting. He's a final round player, that there is no doubt. Gone airborne and straightish with a relatively straight bat. He's got enough of it, I fancy, just to take it over the boundary for the first boundary 4. And so an unorthodox shot, but one that he'd conceived quite clearly. He wasn't trying to hit it anywhere else other than right back past the bowler in the air. He picks up a boundary.
Something we saw quite a bit of in the Yorkshire innings as well, where the ball's been pitched short, but seem to have just about enough time to hit it straight rather than square of the wicket.
onside-ish, punched wide of Don Bess mid-on. So he'll pick up a single and retain the strike. 7 for no loss, Surrey in the first over.
Just touching on Patel's almost sort of domination of this competition in recent years. He's not played a great deal of T20 cricket, sorry, such are their stocks in that format. In terms of list day, this will be his 29th match. He's more than 1,000 runs, averaging 36, striking a run of all 400s. So it's a really excellent record he's put together.
Yeah, he's a fine player. He's perhaps plateaued in this Surrey lineup across the formats in the last year and a half to 2 years. Not because of any great fall away in his own game, but just because of the quality of players around him. But when he needed to grasp that opportunity in the championship game, he did it so well. Dominic Leach now. Short this time, climbed into it. One bounce over the rope at square leg, 2 boundary fours, Ryan Patel. Good foundation to that shot, Taha, enabling him to get the power behind it.
It's all about the stillness here, really. Barely any footwork, just waiting on it. Deep in his crease.
Yeah, it's the modern way, isn't it? The player sets himself these days so he can rock back. The weight transference back and forth. Better. Don Leach, better length. Yeah, it's not so much a case of moving your feet, it's just shifting the momentum of your balance. It's a perfect example of it. Don't try and overhit it either. There is now a man posted for that very shot on the pull square of the wicket on the onside. And then a fine-ish deep third and 2 slips. So space all over the park here, Ryan Patel. And bowled this time, a bit of seam movement away from the left hand. It wasn't really there to drive, but Ryan Patel's gone for it anyway, a sign of his confidence.
Just on your point there, talking about the kind of stillness that batters are opting for at the moment, I guess the perfect template of that is Harry Brook. The way he lines up with the crease. It's basically on-off stump, essentially, where he can kind of know instantly when the ball's pitched whether he has to get into position for it.
Run hard, tip and run. Excellent work by Ryan Patel. Caught Dominic Sibley slightly unawares, but he was fine to make his ground. Well judged. Busy start for Ryan Patel here. So they're taking second slip out for Dom Sibley and putting that fieldsman in relatively short on the onside for the clip off the pads, that signature Sibley shot. Airborne, straight to the man, gone. Dom Leach picks up the first one for Yorkshire, and Dominic Sibley has to go. Attempted cover drive, wasn't quite there to the pitch. Bat slightly skewed in the hands. And it's presented short extra cover with a relatively easy catch. So first blood to Yorkshire.
Yeah, this felt like it almost got stuck into the pitch here. Just pushes at it, not very convincingly. And just starting his innings. Just the simplest of catches. He was excellent for that, of course.
Yeah, so first blood to Yorkshire, and they needed that. It's a very fast scoring ground, of course. Ben Geddes is the man in at first drop. Again, another promising young stroke maker, very easy on the eye. Tall and willowy, long levers. Again, he's made his mark in 50 over cricket here and there. I'd probably say that he is, for Surrey, the next cab on the rank. They've got so many good young batters coming through. He's made good runs in second team cricket in particular, and has impressed on the odd occasion when he's been given a run in the first team. He had a championship 100 as well, of course. Got one under his belt. Squared up this time, but he'll pick up a single because there's no second slip, and then he'll run away down to the third. And so, after a couple, Surrey have lost one already. 13 for 1. Tom Sibley the man to go. And these two seamers, Code and Leach, will fancy getting something from this new ball. Perfect conditions overhead. The lights are still taking effect here, necessarily so, because it's pretty dark behind us again. Any suggestion of an improvement in the weather has been premature, but we're out there. There's no sign of rain just yet. It'll be Code again. Gone up for it. It was relatively straight, but Ben Geddes already advancing down the track. Leg by, so no bat involved. Probably just on the angle. Complicated, of course, by the batter coming at you. But it was a relatively good appeal.
It wasn't a bad shout at all. What saves Geddes, of course, is the little skip down the pitch.
Yeah, just want to have another look at that on replay, because it did look relatively adjacent. Sign of how Geddes is going to approach this knock, though. Just to his second delivery and already advancing to the new ball. And again, probably there for the shot. Threw it just a split second too early.
Plenty of excitement there from Harry Duke behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think it might have been slightly ironic, element of kidology perhaps, because no one else went up, least of all the bowler. The slips weren't interested either. Here is that replay. Yeah, it's just enough going on there for the umpire to make a pragmatic decision, perhaps on the rise as well. A decent shout. Gorgeous shot, good cricket into the covers, but well fielded. Next recover, and so no run.
But you sense that height might not have been a factor there with Code. He's not going to get exactly steep bounce. So given the pace that he bowls out. It's almost a sort of mythical figure, isn't he, Ben Code? Someone who just puts up incredible red ball numbers, averages under 20 in first class cricket.
Beats him.
It's a beautiful delivery. Just tight into Ryan Patel, which just, I think, leaves him at the last second.
Yeah, Patel trying to stay relatively leg side of it, meaning that any width he can really climb into. But you do that at your peril against a bowler as metronomic as Ben Code. Just by a whisker does it miss that off stump.
This one seems to come in late as well to Ryan Patel. Just completely lost shape with the swing there.
Just a little glimpse into Code's ability. One holds its line, the other one comes in on the angle. And this time, another ducking into the pads. No suggestion of before, but excellent over. One of the best seamers in the country. 14 for 1. Yorkshire doing this well at the moment.
Yeah, he's getting that ball to dance around a bit. This is not easy at all for Surrey at the moment. Lights on. Seamers from both ends, finding some rhythm. Leach's only error in that first over was that first delivery that Patel seized upon a short ball.
Runs for Geddes. Settles for one. So 2 slips now for Patel to have to be mindful of. First delivery that he's going to have faced from the Vauxhall end.
Again, Leach did it in the last over as well. He gets that ball to move across Patel, who's caught in 2 minds. In the last over he played a miss trying to drive through cover. This time he tries to pull. That same line, plays and misses.
Yeah, it's a tough working over this. He's lost that one though in the action, just falling away on his front side. So that is a comfortable wide for Sue Redfern to recognise, and so he'll have to bowl that one again. For all that there is the odd ball to hit, the odd short one dragged down for Ryan Patel to try and climb into, this is a tough assignment for him. It's a tough time to bat against that white ball that will swing for the first half a dozen overs or so. Short again this time, and nobody back there at fine leg, and so it's easy pickings really for Ryan Patel, and slightly peculiar tactics considering that the man is up on the 45 on the leg side, badly directed as well, and so Patel will say thank you very much. With 2 slips and an offside packed field, doesn't need to do anything too funky here.
Yeah, having booked some pretty decent pressure, helped by Ben Code at the other end.
That's where he wants to be. Patel scampers down for a single again. Knows that mid-on is relatively deep. If you go off quick, then you're comfortably going to get home. 21 for 1. It's one of these nip and tuck beginnings here. Surrey looking with these 2 young players to make their mark, stamp their authority on this game. And Yorkshire trying just to hold them back, win these early stages. Ben Geddes cranky with himself there because that was there to hit. It's been a slightly up and down over here. Dom Leach has just got to get through it, one delivery to come.
Ball did just move just a fraction away from Geddes there at the last moment.
Finishes with a dot, much needed. 4 gone then. 21 for 1. So to come for Surrey as they try and chase down this revised target, 248 to win, 227 from now, with 29 overs still to bowl, and so that required rate is creeping up towards 8 already, and to come for them, Rory Burns carded to come in at 4. Ben Foakes gloveless today, just playing as a batter at 5, Cameron Steele at 6, Josh Blake, the keeper, at 7, and then into the bowlers. And again, cuts him in half, misses that off stump by a whisker. Patel has to be mindful of this.
This is a thorough examination Coates delivering to Patel. We saw this in the last over, guy moving the ball both ways. This time he jags in. Phil says there, he cuts him in half.
Got to be wary of this. Got to be tighter. That's better. Picks up a single. Brings the right-hander onto strike. So Code will revert back to right arm over. Perhaps a more conventional line. Patel will be pleased to be at the non-strikers. So yeah, conventional field. 2 slips, no gully. Very fine deep third. Man up on the 45. And again, it's becoming a habit, this. Superb opening spell. Unrewarded as of yet. I feel like it's only a matter of time here. Ben Code is getting this ball to talk.
Not only is he getting that movement, but it's a very awkward length. Either Patel is nowhere to go forward or stay back.
Here he goes, running again at the seamer, and another fresh air shot. I think that ball, if anything, held its line.
Yeah, this
going
one,
through the full repertoire here.
This one leaps, goes away from him. He just wants, now he wants back. He's got plenty of air. Just wants that edge. He's got those 2 slips waiting. He just feels something is coming.
Hoiked into the onside, 1 bounce to the man on the boundary rope, and so just a single. It's not in their nature, either Ryan Patel or Ben Geddes, to sit quietly on their bat and see out this examination. They will want to make their own mark, come back hard. They will not be dictated to here, but sometimes you just have to play the situation. And this ball is doing all sorts in the hands of Ben Code in particular. So another excellent over ticks by, just 10 from his first 3. Surrey 24 for 1 off the 5.
Feels a case of Surrey just having to get through these overs from Code. Just be wary and then try and break loose from the other end. Leach has offered quite a couple of loose deliveries in that last over of his.
Yeah, you wonder though, it's not in their nature. Neither of these players are going to be pushed around, and as you saw with Ben Geddes running hard at Ben Code, trying to make an angle for himself. At the moment the bowler is just a little too good for them in these very helpful conditions. The changes again. I think they're going to go for the jugular here. They're bringing deep third up, maybe into a catching position. They're just on the edge of the circle as it stands. Carved away, and that will run away 4-4. I don't think the field placing would have made much difference. I think he's got enough of that, and it was there to hit. Tom Leach dragging one down. He needs to support Ben Code at the other end here. Code has got it on a string.
Drags it down, but he doesn't offer that much width. It's Patel who creates it for himself.
Yeah, it's very true. He does prefer to stay leg side where he can. Field stays at his ears. And again, there's a single every time to either mid-off or mid-on for Ryan Patel. He seized on it. Punches the back of his bat, though. He felt like that was a scoring opportunity. Certainly wide again. So got to keep his cool as Dominic Leach here. He's picked up the wicket, but he has been erratic at times. Now that is a perler. Play that, Taha Hashim.
That's terrific. Just a horrid line to face. This. It's there, it's coming in at the top of off and just leaves Geddes at the last second. One of those ones where you just have to tip your hat.
Yeah, no disgrace. Exactly that, no disgrace in missing that. But again, that's all he needs to do here. Just hit that length. This is the problem. He follows it up with another hit-me ball that's carved away. I don't think he'll go for 4. Hope does well down on the 3rd boundary. They will come back and pack 3. That has been a challenge really for Dom Leach. He's bowled some good ones, but he's not been consistent enough just hitting that length and letting the ball in these dank and overcast conditions do the rest for him. Beautifully played. In fact, didn't get quite as much of it. I thought because he'd held the shot, he was happy with it. Slightly inside edge, nonetheless picks up a couple into the gaggle of pigeons at straight mid-wicket, just in front of the bedser. So a bit of momentum now for Ryan Patel. He's onto 25 from 23.
The early impressions from Leach give off the vibe that he's a lot more comfortable to the right-hander.
Clubbed past Shan Masood at mid-off, but again not got that much of it, so he will be able to haul it in just a couple. He's certainly giving it his all out there, is Ryan Patel, but perhaps not quite got the pace of the pitch just yet. Nonetheless, picked up 8 from the final 3 deliveries. In fact, 7, correction. 3 and a couple of 2s.
He's not been given much to lean into, Ryan Patel. Someone who is a left-hander, you see him trying to seize upon a half volley and drive it through the covers. Banged it in on a length to it. It meant he sort of had to create a few opportunities for himself. It's been a bit hacky at times. He was on 25, was 23.
Key over this, you feel. Code into his 4th. Yorkshire have played a couple of spinners in their 11 in Dom Bess and Dan Moriarty returning to his boyhood club, if you like, the club that made him, and had some good times here in South London before moving north, and a big game for him, big innings for him. But it does mean, with playing a couple of spinners, that they need to get the full quota from their quicks. Loses his shape. Ben Geddes on the attempted lofted straight drive, cannons into the inside of his pad, and so no run.
Geddes skipped down the pitch a few times in this innings already. Yet to really find any sort of desired connection from doing that. He wants to put Code under a bit of pressure. Code's just been allowed to settle into his line, his length, coming in from Vauxhall end. He's just trying to disrupt that a bit.
He's trying, but without much joy, just as it stands. Code has seen this all before, of course. There you go. Magical shot. Taking the ball at the top of the bounce. Stayed tall on the shot. The weight still coming into the shot as well. That's what marks that back foot punch.
Yeah, handy release of pressure there. Code just drops a touch short.
Wasn't a bad delivery, was it?
No, Geddes. An interesting one for Geddes, who's batting a bit outside of his crease. He's trying to get that forward momentum.
That does run away. Off the pad, I fancy, for a couple. Yeah, off the pad. Harry Duke keeping today. We're slightly disappointed with that. I think he just jumps over it. Every run counts. You feel like this is going to be a tight one. 206 to win from 26. Required rate again 7.8. It's been around that mark throughout the innings. So Surrey in control of the run rate as it stands. They're going to pick up a second here. It looked to me like it may have cannoned off Ryan Patel, but anyway, comes through for a second. So 2 leg byes. In fact, no, clearly off the stumps. Hence why they were able to scamper back for that second. Big final delivery, you feel. He's not got that much of it, but again, more runs with the field up. Picks up another couple. Neither of these Surrey batters have fully got the pace of these seamers just yet. A lot of effort, a lot of put into the shots. The timing has eluded them just a little bit up until now. Still, they're building something tidily here.
That concludes power play 1. Overs 8 to 27 will be power play 2, during which time no more than 4 fielders are permitted outside the 30-yard fielding restriction zone.
And so that is the end of the first power play. 7 overs in. And so Yorkshire can relax. I'd say honours even, Taha. Perhaps Surrey slightly shading it.
Slightly shading it, but you sense, like you mentioned there, that both of these batters have got starts here, but they still don't feel completely there. They don't feel completely comfortable. Code had got some decent movement there, although in that last over you sense that Surrey finding a bit more control against him.
So field spreads immediately. 4 men on the boundary. Turned into the offside despite shaping up to try and punch it through mid-wicket, but nothing doing but a good start here by Dominic, who needs a good over. 3 overs for 25. He's sprayed it around a little bit here. Just needs to pull this back.
And he was a touch too straight there, considering the field he's got. No one really in close there on the leg side. There is mid on.
Give himself room. Going to pick out the man, and he's dropped him. It was there. It was a relatively easy chance. And you feel once he gets there, you have to take those at this level.
It's a simple grab in all honesty. Wharton. An excellent first half of the day. And he gets there. Just loses it at the last second.
So, a life for Ryan Patel. His good fortune continues. Yeah, he was just on the move with that catch, and when a fieldsman isn't quite solidified with that proper foundation, then there's always the chance, if the body's moving into the ball, that you can spill it. Nonetheless, he didn't have to move too far forward. It wasn't down by his bootstraps. That's a big miss. Nicely played, but Shan Masood is very straight at mid-on, so just a single.
It just felt like almost a wonderful plan coming together there for Yorkshire. Because there was plenty of space there for Ryan Patel to pepper that leg side rope. He didn't get the shot right. Straight to the man. He barely had to move there. Wharton just a few steps to his right at the mid-wicket.
So can Dom Leach get out of this 4th over of his? He's shaded it so far. Been better line. He's taking slip out now. Gonna put him in into that slot mid-wicket. I think that's a good sign. Patel's area, one of his favoured areas, is straightish mid-wicket, so very much on the catching position there. Skews it into the gap, gets away with it. 2-3 men converging. In the end, just a single. Ryan Patel riding his luck in that over, and in fact throughout his innings. 29 though from 28, and these two are getting it done slowly, at times unsurely. This is a good foundation for the home side from which to push on. 25 overs still to bowl, and the target comes just under the 200 mark, 199 to win. That run rate required is inching up towards 8. 49 for 1. Taha Hashim is stepping away, and indeed so am I. Cameron Ponsonby is here to take over.
Fortunate over for Ryan Patel, dropped in the deep by James Wharton. Then another big hack that he doesn't quite get hold of, evading both the infielders and the outfielders. Sorry, now 49 for 1 after 8 overs. Cam, how do you see it?
It's been a wonderfully entertaining start to the innings. Ryan Patel continuing to provide entertainment to the masses.
He's really going hard, isn't he? We've seen it in the last couple of overs in particular. I'd say from a Surrey point of view, it feels like they're taking a lot of risks whilst not necessarily getting ahead of the rate.
Well, we're seeing the run rate creeping up just with that dot ball there. We've seen it go above pace and over. But on the other hand, I must say, Ryan Patel is one of my absolute favourite players to watch in domestic cricket for exactly this reason. His kind of positivity at the crease. Just that ball into the offside. And that was the kind of the character change that this competition gave him a couple of years ago. He was known, kind of rightly or wrongly, as not necessarily a product, but wasn't a player of kind of an extreme strike rate. He had this power game behind him. And then he played an extraordinary innings at Guildford in a rain-affected game, much like this one. It got reduced to around 30 overs. He scored a fantastic century, and since then we've seen a kind of a different side to him. And yes, I know he's riding his luck here, but I wouldn't have it any other way personally. He swings hard again. This time the ball will scamper away just for 2 potentially. I imagine we might have another look at that on the replay at least, but for now it's all well and good for 2 more runs.
And I think like have a look at this replay. Another big heave, doesn't get hold of it. But like Will Luxon, I feel like Patel is attacking areas of the ground where there's not a lot of protection. So, for example, that ball he was trying to access over extra cover.
And he has dropped again. 3rd time, it's still unlucky for Yorkshire. We'll just double check whether that ball did carry to the fielder at cover. Bencoda running in. Ryan Patel looking to go over the top. Just reaches cover on the half volley.
Yeah, a more difficult catch this time. The late in movement from Code catching Patel short there. I've really enjoyed watching Ben Code bowl. He's got real skill, obviously. He's got that totally absurd first class record where he's got best part of 300 first class wickets, I think, at less than 20.
I'll tell you immediately. First class wickets 274 at 19.96.
And you can see exactly why. He's incredibly accurate with his length, but also he's got real control over his movement in both directions.
Now, Ryan Patel gets an inside edge past his stumps. It has been the most remarkable 2 overs. I can't imagine he's receiving many kind words from the Yorkshire players out there. There's riding your luck and there's whatever Ryan Patel's doing at the moment. They scamper through for another 2 runs. At the end of the 9th over, the score is 53 for 1. And as you alluded to earlier, Surrey, or Patel in particular, taking a lot of risks at the moment for not that much reward.
And I just think sometimes we talk about swing as this constant for both teams, but actually we don't give enough credit to bowlers who are able to extract more movement than others. And I think although conditions were favourable for seam bowling early on in the day when Surrey were in the field, the amount of movement that Yorkshire have got is considerable, and probably more than what Surrey have got early in the day. And the movement that Code is getting in particular is causing some real trouble. Somehow doesn't have a wicket.
And George Hill is entering the attack. Batting all-rounder, had a fine half-century in the first innings. He's on the money immediately with the ball.
Slightly different pace to Ryan Patel, but I wonder if Hill would have seen the job that Patel did and took notes. Patel bowled what I'd describe as quite an irritating spell from a Yorkshire point of view. Bowled at a difficult time in the innings, 3 overs for 16, when Yorkshire would have wanted to really put their foot on the gas. And so much of it, I think you called it earlier, that we're playing on the strip here that I think is only one strip to the left, as we call it, from the JM Finn stand end, from where you normally have the test strip if there's a test match here. So really, really long square boundaries on either side. And I think those dimensions encourage you to really whack the pitch hard, because it's a long, long hit square.
Well, often ground dimensions almost give you the plan before a ball is bowled, and you'll see that more often than not that's a case of you're playing on one side of the wicket, and so you have a shorter side one side, and so you make sure you hand the ball for the longer boundary. Here, with these massive square boundaries, we are seeing that, exactly that, where the bowlers are kind of hammering up a hard length. And with those 3 dot balls that Hill bowled up top, you then saw Geddes trying to take that risk, trying to give himself space to be able to hit the ball over cover, hit the ball over mid-off, where there aren't those fielders on the boundary. Because at the moment, and almost throughout this entire match, the 4 fielders that have been on the boundary to seamers have been the 2 fielders out square, so deep square leg and deep cover point, and deep third and fine leg.
I wonder if, as a batter, because the plan is telegraphed not just by the dimensions but the field placings as well, you can almost set yourself to step back, rock back and pull the ball straight, as it were. It's something that Harry Brook does very, very well. Ollie Pope has had success doing that as well. If we want to go back to that tour of New Zealand in early 2023 with how those two took on Neil Wagner.
It's a huge shot out to the offside. Will it be caught? It will be caught. Fantastic catch on the boundary. Falling backwards. It's Wharton making up for his earlier drop, and Geddes has caught that beautifully. It's gone miles out to the offside, but as we were just referring to, the boundary square of this wicket are enormous, and Wharton is being absolutely swamped by his teammates. Dan Moriarty in particular enjoying it. Can't wait to get a replay here. Here we'll have another look. See there again, Geddes giving himself room, opening up, and just as the ball is beating Wharton over his head, it might even be a one-hander.
I think it is. I think it's an extraordinary catch. It's a really good hit from Geddes.
It is a one-hander.
And Wharton's in a good 10-15 yards off the boundary precisely because of how big a hit that is. And Geddes gets hold of it really well. And pedalling back, Wharton does so. I mean, it is really similar to that Ben Stokes catch at this very ground on the other side of the ground against South Africa in the opening game of the 2019 World Cup. Spectacular catch.
I have not given Wharton anywhere near enough credit for that catch on first viewing. I thought he'd gone both hands over his head. I was a bit bemused at the reaction from his teammates, just how kind of congratulatory they were. I thought part of it was a bit kind of tongue-in-cheek, having just put down a much simpler chance a few overs ago.
Look at the reaction of the spectators behind him. It's an amazing catch.
It is absolutely wonderful.
And you can tell that he initially wants to go with two hands, and then at the last minute he makes the decision, I actually won't reach this if I go with two.
A wonderful moment. And genuine celebrations of joy there. George Hill leaping into his friend's arms.
An important
It's quite
wicket, because
endearing.
Yorkshire have been really good with the ball in the last 10-15 minutes without reward. They've beaten the bat a lot, they've created a couple of chances that haven't quite been taken. But now they get that second wicket, and that required rate up to 8.48 runs and over.
It is amazing how quickly the game changes. So that was a wicket maiden from Hill. Surrey have lost their second wicket. Geddes is out. Rory Burns, the captain, has come to the crease. And he's come to the crease at a moment where the run rate is now 8.5. Going into that over, it was 8.01. It's gone up by half a run and over just through 6 dot balls.
And I really like this from Yorkshire in keeping Ben Foakes on. The ball is still nibbling about. He's getting it to wobble. And with a new man at the crease and Surrey having just lost a wicket, Surrey are presented with a real conundrum, because when you're chasing 8.5 runs and over, you need to go fairly hard. But equally, Foakes doesn't present many run scoring opportunities.
I don't know if they are faced with a conundrum. I think it's their hand is pretty much laid out for them. They can't afford this rate to get any higher, any quicker. So Rory Burns, who has been back in the T20 side with the gloves this summer, had a few innings of notes. We'll be looking to continue that high strike rate of his in recent years. We'll be seeing him targeting this fielder at cover, trying to beat the fielder to his right. Leaves the first delivery, but even there, we just see a kind of wobble from Foakes on the way down. The ball swings away, or just moves off the seam away as it passes the left-handed Burns.
And interesting to see a relatively fine deep third in place. We also have a fine leg, a very similar field to what we've seen previously today. Two seamers. I think Foakes bowling slightly fuller perhaps than the other seamers on display, but actually I wonder if this field is partly down to Burns' preferences as a white ball batter. He's had a fair bit of success as he flicks that into the leg side to get off the mark. They think about two, and Burns sends Patel back at the last moment. Burns had a bit of success coming into the Surrey T20 side and got a 50 against Somerset at Taunton, and he's someone who really likes pacing the ball and using that pace to help it behind square.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Foakes is so close to completing his kind of allotted overs, he might go all the way through whilst the ball's moving. And Ryan Patel, his charmed life continues, and I'm all for it because I enjoy watching him bat, but at the moment I think Yorkshire are getting increasingly frustrated. Then what I wouldn't be surprised to see happen is Hill will continue at the pavilion end, but Dom Best may come as the off spinner, 2-2 left-handers at this end, basically playing the game. There's a big leg side boundary, but Rory Burns, the shortest part of the ground, is down towards the changing rooms, which does lean towards Rory Burns' favoured reverse sweep. We'll have a bit of a delayed entry to Dan Moriarty as the left-arm spinner. Scamper through for one.
I would keep Foakes on. He's got one more after this. Surrey have really struggled to score fluently off him. They're going at less than 4 runs and over against him. He's creating chances. He's somehow wicketless. He's bowled really well, bowled with real control.
That is absolutely beautifully bowled from Foakes. The ball has just nipped in off the seam. 2 balls previously, we saw Burns leave one ball and left him as it passed the batter. Just on the replay here, that ball almost explode off the pitch and cut the former England opener in half. Where are your 8.5 runs and over coming from here?
Yeah, really skillful bowling wide of the crease and getting the ball to shape in as well as getting the ball to come in with the angle. So considerable movement for Burns to negotiate.
So 11 overs gone, a third of the innings. The score is 56 for 2. George Hill to continue. I may immediately contradict myself. With that movement that Yorkshire are getting, I wouldn't be surprised to see, rather than Dom Bess replace Ben Foakes, you might see Matthew Revis as the fourth seamer.
And if you just want an indication of where the two sides are placed relatively in this game, have a look at the DLS pass score. So we're 11.1 overs into the innings. Pass score is 80 to this point. Surrey on 57, so a good 23 runs behind the DLS pass score. I'm not suggesting that we're about to have a downpour, but I always think the DLS pass score is a good indicator of how the two sides. Well, I suppose
what it exists for,
that is very fair, Cam. Something to look at for the rest of the innings is look at Yorkshire keeper Harry Duke just before the ball is bowled each time. He does a little star jump, almost at the point at which the seamer hits the crease.
I'm very intrigued to see this now.
He does it extremely late, so he gets into position in a very conventional way. And then just as the seamer comes to, I don't think it's something he'll be able to do physically with spinners. But it's the last minute he flays his hands into the air and almost jumps. Have a look at this. There we go. The hands go out.
Quick single. Patel makes his wow. Everyone has them little routines. Just split step as if returning a serve in tennis. I think Yorkshire's plans here are, they've bowled superbly well, and the reason I would say that I hope I'm not just being reactionary here and having a look at the scoreboard, but they have their fielders out. They're very similar field settings to Surrey, but whereas Surrey used those two men square of the wickets to kind of bang the middle of the surface, Burns advances down the track and hacks the ball out to the leg side for one.
I honestly think that a big part of that, Cam, is the movement they've been able to get, because the sort of fields, I don't think people in cricket appreciate how hard it is to bowl with the fields that new ball bowlers often have in white ball cricket.
I completely agree.
So, for example, when the Surrey guys started, you had two slips in place, and you had sometimes just one guy in front of square in the offside.
It's a shot from Ryan Patel over cover. That'll be 4 runs. He's had a go at that shot a number of times over the previous few overs. Missed a few, edged a few. They're just stepping away, works the angle, is able to pick up 4.
Yeah, an illustration really of how little protection there is if the bowler just errs in length of line just by a little bit. Patel moves on to 40. And I think it's such a hard space to protect in front of square on the offside if you have that little protection with the new ball and the field restrictions. But if you're able to generate movement, that makes your job as a bowler so much easier, both in terms of attacking and defending.
Waft from Patel. Neither really here nor there. That is the end of the 12th over. The score is 64 for 2. But normally, the kind of field dictates where you're expecting the ball to be bowled. And so with this field that Yorkshire are bowling to, you're expecting the bowling to be on the shorter side, so that you have protection for the boundaries if you're cut or pulled. Yorkshire have continued to bowl full, with mid-on and mid-off up in the ring, tempting Surrey to go over the top, but the movement they've had means that that shot's just not really been available. There's been too much risk associated with it. But on the flip side, you only get that movement and you only get that benefit of that field if you're able to not get too full. If you get that tiny bit fuller, the movement you're getting doesn't really matter off the pitch because batters can hit through the line. Code to finish off. That's an appeal, rejected. Burns shuffling over to the leg side, so he's already having to work out his plans of where's he going to score his runs. You'll see here on the replay, a big trigger across, away outside his off stump, just flicks his pad on the way through. And what he's hoping to get there is to drop the ball into the leg side. There's a deep square leg that's just in front of square, a fine leg. If you can hit that little pocket around the mid-wicket area, you'll be able to get yourself 2 runs. He's hoping that any other variances of length or line he'll then be able to score the boundary from.
Such skillful bowling for Code, because you have to be so accurate to bowl reliably with that field. That space on the leg side is vast. It is totally vast, and Code knows exactly what Burns is trying to do. It's one of Burns' favoured areas. but he's got to be absolutely immaculate with his line. Still can't believe he's wicketless.
Another appeal turned down. Rana Patel has been having all sorts of trouble this innings. See a replay. Code managing to get that ball to leap off the seam. We really didn't see movement like this in the Surrey bowling innings. Not particularly kind of large seams dukes. They've managed to pluck out the box. I'm interested to know where Yorkshire kind of elect to bowl their spinners, because at the moment it's so seam dominant, but they have to bowl a spinner at some point. And that is absolutely brilliant bowling. Code has had the ball moving in off the seam, and that time he gets the ball to nip away from the left-handed Patel, who's looked to work the ball into the leg side. But in his final over, Code finally gets his reward, and Yorkshire are well on top of this game, 65 for 3.
Oh, it's brilliant bowling from Ben Code. He's one of the most skillful bowlers in the English game, and Cam called it exactly right. He's cut Ryan Patel in half on a number of occasions. This one angled in from wide of the crease, just holding its line, just nibbing a little bit off the seam. Look how wide that release point is. Patel just playing inside the line of it, and it strikes the bails really. He's been nailing that bail high length all innings. Had several appeals turned down, beat the bat time and time again, and well into his 7th and final over, bowling unchanged from the Vauxhall end, Code finally has a breakthrough to sort of show everyone on the scorecard how good he's been with the ball in his hand. He's been absolutely brilliant all innings so far.
It's such an important wicket for Yorkshire for such a number of reasons. One, it's Ben Code's final over, so Surrey would have been looking to the end of his spell as a chance to reset. That run rate is now exactly at 9 and over. Had they been able to get through, they know that Yorkshire have to bowl a spinner soon, and they would have had to target that bowler as the opportunity to take those overs for double figures, to get the overs going for 15 or 16 to make the rest of the chase manageable. Ryan Patel was the set battle, though he'd lived a charmed life on 40, where he had the kind of power to be able to take those risks. You now have 2 new batters at the crease, neither of whom are known for their kind of exuberant stroke play, and run rate required is already at 9 and over. And Surrey, Yorkshire even, will be able to potentially double down here and try and win the game in the next 8 overs rather than the next 18, and go, if we bowl this seam with how much movement we're getting, we can get that run rate up and above 10 and have this game won before over 25.
Well, they're going in for the kill now. 2 slips in place to greet Ben Foakes in the middle. And with just 2 balls left in Code spell, Surrey will be looking to get through it.
Code once again finds the edge. This time Foakes is able to scamper down to the other end. 2 slips are in place for his first delivery. And the last ball of what has been a fantastic spell of bowling from Code. We'll see there Rory Burns taking an off-stump guard just to try and counteract that movement that Code is getting. Yes, it's only 1 wicket, but if you take 7 overs away from a 33-run chase and you only take 24 runs off it, you get yourself in a situation where the run rate required is what it is now at 9 and over. It's such a match-altering spell of bowling. Another catcher in place at gully. Cover is wide open. It's blocked down the ground from Ben Code, from Rory Burns to Ben Code. As Ron taps his microphone in appreciation, it's been a fantastic spell of bowling from Code.
I think it's the performance of the match so far. I know that Will Luxton and George Hill were outstanding with the bat. You had the late flourish from Matt Reeves as well, but in the context of this game, Ben Code finishes 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25, going at pretty much 3.5 runs and over. You know, Surrey just about going at 5s, and Ben Code is such a big part of that. Surrey are so far behind at this point in the game when Ben Code's day is done.
His figures are the anomaly of the match. They sit at odds compared to whatever has just happened in the preceding 6 hours we've had. Now we're going to have to see Surrey take a number of risks. We're going to have to see them take them now rather than later. Foakes tucks the ball into the leg side. Will they be able to come back for 2? Foakes says no.
I wonder, bizarrely, if the wicket of Patel makes the decision of who to bowl next slightly trickier for Shah Masood, in that you previously had 2 left-handers at the crease and now Ben Foakes is there. I would have said, prior to the fall of Patel, definitely get Don Bess on, turning the ball away from 2 left-handers. But I don't know, I think sometimes we get too drawn into match-up chat. You know, Don Bess and Don Moriarty, 2 excellent white ball spinners. I think they're both absolutely fine in this situation with runs on the board.
Gets away for another single out to deep square leg.
We saw Yusuf Majid have a lot of success for Surrey, performing a role that Dan Moriarty is more than capable of performing himself.
I think it is a very interesting decision that we're about to see made. Will Yorkshire double down and go seam again, or whether they see it as the opportunity to sneak some overs of spin in? I think, as you say, I don't think they'll be too concerned about. I think you just bowl your premier spinner effectively. Foakes has a nibble. George Hill was having a mightily impressive game. We've just been praising Ben Code for his economy rate. Hill's gone for just the 9 runs off 2.5 overs. And that catch from Wharton, such a game-changing moment as well within all this.
Especially to come back after having dropped a couple in short succession, the first of which was a regulation chance, you'd say. This is excellent from Hill. We were talking really not very long ago, Cam. We've only been on for 5 overs together, but we were talking at some point on this current stint that Surrey had the run rate under control. You'd say that it was pretty much even Stevens at the end of the power play. But now that required run rate, 9.311 runs and over, with 20 overs of the innings left.
Just past the right of the point fielder.
How do you think Surrey play this now? Because Yorkshire's game plan is pretty simple. George Hill, you can see what he's doing this over. He's keeping things extremely straightforward. Hit a hard length. You've got fielders square and behind square to protect anything that might err slightly short, and sneak through a few overs and just hope that rate just keeps on climbing and there's even more scoreboard pressure on the Surrey pair.
Dot ball. I think Surrey's batting line is potentially not particularly well suited to the challenge at hand at the moment. Under the 14th over, the score is 69 for 3. And what I mean by that, there's obviously kind of vast amounts of quality there, but the movement that Yorkshire are getting from kind of medium paces, it's a bit of a bully's wicket. The opportunity to get your kind of front foot out of the way and slam it down for 6, and to try and kind of take chunks out of that required run rate through boundaries, as opposed to kind of nurdling your way around and trying to turn 1s into 2s. We're seeing exactly that move from Yorkshire here. They're doubling down on seeing Revis is coming into attack. He himself played a starring role at the back end of Yorkshire's innings, scoring 36 not out of 15 balls, took 26 runs. Final cam steal over, which really was a kind of, when you think there's only 33 overs in the innings, 26 off 1 over, that's basically added a whole 1 run to the required rate.
And also we're talking about the need to bowl spinners at some point. Well, actually, with the 4 seamers Yorkshire have, they can get 26 of the 33 overs done through seamers, right? So they don't need that much spin. And they're not exactly spinners that you need to hide. Bess and Moriarty, I totally appreciate that this has been a game for the seamers predominantly, and we've definitely seen Yorkshire get a lot of movement with the new ball. But yeah, I like this actually. Seamers work so far, double down on it.
I think we'll see a very short spell from Revis here. I think he'll maybe bowl 2-3 overs, and you'll see them kind of sneak their spinners in. 2 or 3 overs at a time. As you said, they only need to make up 7 overs. Revis over the wicket to the left-handed Burns, which slightly surprises me given the success that Code had from around the wicket from this end. And again, George Hill was adopting the same right-arm over tactics beforehand, especially to Burns, who's kind of so strong cutting and off his legs, as so many kind of left-handers are. Whether the option would be to come round the wicket, slightly cramp them up. But 70 for 3 or 14, kind of, why change? Why overthink? That cut shot out towards the right of the cover point fielder. Wonderfully fielded.
Brilliantly fielded. I think Wharton again in the deep, sprinting in from the boundary. I think when Burns hit that, there would have been thoughts of 2, but given the way that Wharton swooped in to pick it up,
it's the most athletic piece of fielding for kind of the tamest moments in the game. I kind of appreciate. In one motion, he's kind of swooped and picked up the ball one-handed, released it immediately.
So good. They've really backed each other up in this Yorkshire attack so far. Revis coming in and just getting that one angle away from Foakes at the last moment. I like this from Masood as well. Slip in place. They don't need to do it, but they're sensing that this is the moment to kill the game here and now. Don't let the game go deep.
Surrey, you just get the feeling someone needs to hit a straight 6. Someone needs to kind of break the shackles of Yorkshire being able to just land it on that length. They're safe in the positions of their sweepers because they know that they're not going to be being targeted down the ground. They're not going to have that risk of kind of seeing the ball sailing back over their head. Just the style of batters.
You know, I think it's these two are definitely capable of keeping up with this rate. Batting their own way. I know it's not quite worked. Pinch of single to complete Reeves' first over. Just 4 runs from it. But I think Reeves bowled 4 good balls in that over, and I think there are 2 balls that Surrey will think there were missed opportunities. So the one that was angled across Burns, that he missed times past backward point and Wharton sweeps in. There's a bit of width there. Deep third is very, very fine. That's a, relatively speaking, probably the shortest boundary as well, over to the bed to stand. And then that fuller delivery from Reeves to Foakes. Mid-wicket was open and Foakes doesn't quite time that. Run scoring opportunities were there, but they didn't take it that over. You know, you nail those 2 and you're looking at an 11-12 run over, and then suddenly, you know, oh, rate's gone down a little bit, we haven't taken a risk.
He'll go short. The first time we've seen an out-and-out short delivery for quite some time from Yorkshire. So Redfern signalled 1 for the over. Scores 73 for 3 after 15 completed overs. Hill spells becoming a real gem here. 3.1 overs, 1 for 10. That first over he bowled was a maiden. That included the wicket of Ben Geddes. Signalled wide.
No, I think that's a good decision from umpire Redfern. Burns had moved a couple of strides over towards the offside. Pretty much grazed his hip as it went through to the keeper. I'm not sure you can call a ball that wide. You can call a ball like that wide when it almost certainly would have struck Burns had he not moved.
I think Burns' complaint is that he feels he's just triggered. I don't think Burns feels like he's shuffled across his stumps. Short, pulled, should be out, is out. Wharton claims another catch, a relay catch on the boundary. He's given it out. We don't, of course, have the benefit of TV replay here. But Burns is on his way.
Well, we've got the benefit of the replay.
That's a good point, and all the viewers do as well.
Struck very firmly by Burns. And Wharton does
absolutely fine.
Extremely well. It's the second outstanding catch in the deep from James Wharton. You don't really get a sense of it on the slow-mo replay, but that was struck so hard by Burns. the momentum of the ball almost taking Wharton over the rope, and it does actually take him over the rope, but he does so well to get rid of the ball just before he steps the other side of the boundary, and a really smart bit of footwork to ensure he takes the catch cleanly. That is absolutely brilliant.
It's wonderful having that slow motion replay, because in real time Wharton did look like he had a right muddle in his feet. We weren't particularly convinced up in the commentary box. Wharton, after putting down one of the simplest of his 3 opportunities today, has now taken 2 outstanding catches and had one of the best bits of ground fielding I've ever seen, and greatly enjoyed it. Stop Surrey running at 2. But just I think Hill just had a bit of a change of tact in that over. 3 balls of this over, 2 short pitch deliveries. That looks like a bit of a cutter into the wicket. They're almost following kind of Surrey's model now of the previous innings, and it's worked for them immediately. Cameron Steele comes into the crease, and the run rate required is bang on 10. The score is 73 for 4, and this is Yorkshire's match. And that is far too short.
He gets that one wrong. I was just about to say that Hill's making that plan look more straightforward than it actually is, because you've got to nail the execution. You've only got one guy out in the deep for that shot, and the reason why it's difficult to put it in front of square is because Hill's getting those bounces to be really high, and on this occasion he got it far too high, and he concedes 5.
I'll be fascinated. He conceded 6, I believe. 2 for the no ball. And we'll just see here, there was one from Conor McCurry in the first inning as well, just far too short. The ball leaps off the wicket. And that is beautifully bowled. A wonderful reply to his earlier failed bouncer attempt. I just wonder what had happened kind of in the Yorkshire circles where they felt the need to change tack from their initial plan so quickly. They must have felt that the ball just stopped swinging. And we see that delivery there, and you feel like the initial plan of staying full and challenging both the inside and outside edges of Surrey's bats was the way to go.
Still a slip in.
This time beats Cameron Steele's outside edge once again.
Not really got his feet moving early doors, Cam Steele. It's a good line of length from Hill, but I'm not sure there's as much movement as we were seeing a few overs ago. There's 2 balls now that have flown by Steele's edges.
It's blocked back down the ground to complete the 16th over. The score is 79 for 4. Surrey require just a smidge under 10 runs and over to complete this chase. And both, there's going to be a double change in the commentary box as Phil Walker and Taha Hashim come in to replace myself and Rana.
Thanks, Cam. A good one to win this for Surrey. 79 for 4. Required rate 10s. It's a long haul, 169 to win from 17 overs. They do have good players at the crease in Ben Foakes and Cam Steele. Feels like it's up to these two, really. What a jaffer that is. It's done something all afternoon, this white ball. It's kept swinging and seaming for Yorkshire seamers. He's having a good day, is Matt Reeves here. Clubbed a few at the death to get Yorkshire up to a very competitive total. A bit of pace here into his second over. That will run away though, misdirected, just lost his action a touch. And Ben Foakes gets a little bottom edge onto it, and that one flies away fine. Afternoon, Taha. How do you see this one playing out then? Surrey up against it, you think? 4 down. Run rate of 10s would be a good one to win.
Yeah, no, they're up against it. We were talking earlier when we were both on at the end of the power play that Surrey had sort of inched it. But we also mentioned that they didn't look, either batter at the time, Ryan or Ben Geddes, they didn't look comfortable there. You know? they've got the starts, but as you say, the ball's been doing something throughout the day. They've got nibble, but there's also, you'll get rewarded for going just slightly back of the length, taking a bit of pace off, and using the fact that we're playing that middle pitch, and both boundaries are the tough ones to get away.
Steals a single into the onside. Been really impressed by Yorkshire today. They'd have been feeling pretty down about life after contriving to fall outside of the top 4 in the North Group of the T20 Vitality Blast, having looked odds on really to make a quarter-final berth. Playing a miss, Ben Foakes in no position really to make that forcing shot off the back foot. But they've come here with a young side, notably inexperienced young side really. I would say 3 or 4 players in their early 20s, homegrown players, have really stepped up and looked, well, in the case of Luxton in particular, class. In the case of George Hill, a very good all-round cricketer. Matthew Rivers as well. All in their early 20s. He's had a very good game here. Completes his second over. And as well, James Wharton, even though he only got 20 odd, he took an absolute screamer. He's clearly a very good athlete and a player who showed glimpses of his class with the bat as well. In particular, 6 sticks in the mind, and it took a fabulous one-hander from Cam Steele to get rid of him. So 4 players have stepped up here, and that's the beauty of this tournament. One of the unintended consequences of running this concurrent to the 100 is that you get those young players come through, showcase on the big stage, and you see them grow in front of you. Now, just a smattering of applause from the home crowd because one of their own, Dan Moriarty, is into the attack. Developed his game here, and in search of regular first team opportunities, made the move to Headingley in the close season. And he's back on the money straight away. He's a very, very good, accurate, tall left arm spinner. Suits white ball cricket. This is a big moment for him.
He did little wrong here. You know, he built a pretty solid first-class record. At one stage, it looked like him and Amar Verdi were going to build quite a strong spin partnership for Surrey in the County Championship.
As well bowled. And of course he'll be bowling to Cameron Steele as well, so it's just an added frisson, if you like.
Yeah, Moriarty sort of fell victim, I guess, to Surrey. Kind of almost the pitch changing here at Surrey.
Swept off stump, and he's just got an under edge. And Moriarty thought he was in business there.
Became a lot more seamer friendly here from, I guess, 2022 onwards. And Surrey just changed the balance of their team, and like you mentioned, he's bowling to Cameron Steele, who's very much an all-rounder for Surrey. Moriarty's focus has always been his left-arm spin.
Just wide of the man, backward point, that will run away for a couple, I think. Steele turns, makes the ground comfortably enough. Yeah, he's got a lovely action as Dan Moriarty, a very natural left armer. Reminds me of Danny Briggs, who was so brilliant in the blast earlier in the piece. 87 for 4 then, and that run rate now is, well, is careening upwards really. It's now just a tick below 11s. 4 down. It's a tall order for these two. Yorkshire, as I say, they've been absolutely at it all day long. Those 4 names that I mentioned, Luxton, Revis, Hill, and Wharton as well, all of them 23 or under, all homegrown. all showing their wares today. Chipped into the onside, and he'll come back for 2. And that's what Ben Foakes needs to do here. With the field set deep, Yorkshire bowling well, they're going to have to harry and scamper, scavenge whatever they can find, and then have a dart at the death.
Plenty of space on that leg side there for Ben Foakes if he wants to nab 2.
That was a chance on the follow through. Reeves got there, got down quite well as well, off balance of course. He managed to jackrabbit back to get 2 hands to that, and it wasn't travelling that quickly.
It was quite low there. That's what makes it tough, especially for a big man trying to get down. Foakes there was just trying to force it through the leg side there. It was quite wide outside off. He's obviously getting tempted by plenty of space there.
It's a good spell though, this. Very good indeed. Just choking down on the Surrey run chase. Holding wicket to wicket. A bit of pace as well. It's a good combination this. A strong muscular medium pacer and the left arm darts. Dan Moriarty at the other end. So just looking down the pipe at what Surrey have to come here. 4 down. 4 all back in the hutch. 2 to Hill, 1 to Ben Code, 1 to Dom Leach early in the piece. And Josh Blake, enterprising keeper bat, is due to be carded in next. And then Conor McCurr, who hits a long ball. That's airborne, and that will run away straight behind the keeper. You don't have a backstop. So 1 bounce for useful boundary and timely as well. So you do feel like these two have to break the back of this run chase, get Surrey close, and then leave it to the lower order should they be required. It's a big ask for Josh Blake. Creative, inventive player though he is. As I say, Conor McCurr is a good lower order hitter. But these two are the last recognised out-and-out top 6 batters. So they feel like it's now or never for the home side. End of another one, 19 gone, 14 remaining, 154 required. Required rate now 11s. It's going to be Moriarty again, no surprises there. Excellent opening over on the left arm spinner. You're absolutely right, Taha. He didn't do anything wrong at all here. But a bowler as talented as him, whose style is so suitable, I think, to English cricket, just needed to play. Yorkshire recognised that, snapped him up in a heartbeat. Ben Foakes will be wondering where his scoring options are here. It's not easy. 2 men behind square on the offside, one of whom is in the game right there. And a man on the 45 on the leg side as well. To play the conventional sweep will be going against the turn, but with the angle, so that's an option. Content just to play it quietly up towards long off just for now. That rate will continue to climb as long as these two play cautious, safety first cricket, which is understandable now, but Eventually something will have to give. He's not bowled a bad ball yet. Everything bang on the money. As I said earlier, just such a natural, lovely, repeatable action. Not much that can go wrong with it.
Fine leg and third man up.
That's cut away, and that does beat the man. That will run away for a couple. Ben Foakes is comfortable enough just to amble through back to the non-strikers, and so too it is.
There are rewards for the sweep and the reverse sweep. Two men back out long on and long. Both quite wide as well.
Sorry, one of the reasons why he's so good though is because of that height. He's a hard bowler to sweep. Coming at that trajectory. Bit more air this time, bit of width as well. Cuffed away, but straight to the man. So just a single. This is good by Moriarty. Excellent, in fact, just 6 from his first 2 overs. And that rate continues to climb. I feel like one of these two, if not both, have to really take a gamble or two. So these two are working well in tandem, Revis and Moriarty. 5 overs between them in partnership. Just 23 runs have been given up at a crucial time in this chase. The runs have basically dried up here. Carved away. That will go for 4. 1 bounce behind square. It's there to hit. Bit of a drag down by Matt Revis. And Cameron Steele says thanks very much. Desperately needed.
Yeah, a release of some very decent pressure that Yorkshire are building there. Short, wide. Cam Steele finding that gap over the man at point. A slight change in the field now. They're mid-wicket free. There's a man now there inside the ring.
Pushing hard, run out chance. Cam Steele is lightly between the sticks. He's ground comfortably in the end. That's what they have to do now. Got to take risks and gambles pretty much every delivery. Foakes into the onside this time, doesn't get much of it. And in a way he'll be thankful for that, because that was straight down the throat of mid-on with a bit more bat on it. Trying to eye up that spot. Taha, big open expanse at mid-wicket. So the thinking is good. Execution by Matt Revis is also excellent here. These two choking Surrey's chase.
We are at the situation now where even just 1 boundary and over isn't enough. So we've had one already from Steele, but Foakes is trying to force it because he kind of has to, really. So yeah, he's desperate for that deep mid-wicket boundary. Revis is just getting it right.
Cuffed up to mid-off just for a single, not enough as it stands. You can sense the frustration building in Ben Foakes here. 15 from 22. Not got too many out of the middle. Only takes a couple of shots to swing this one around again. They've been excellent though, these seamers. Backed up well by the left armour spinner. They bowled superbly well as a group, as a unit. It's been an impressive performance really from start to finish End of another one. Just 12 now to go and 144 to win. I imagine it will be Dan Moriarty to continue in the pavilion end. Yep. And his cap to Sue Redfern. Ready to go again. An impressive performance, however this game finally plays out. Impressive performance by the visitors. It's been a tough couple of years for them on and off the pitch. Well documented tribulations, but they're building something nice here with a nucleus of good young players led cannily by Shan Masood, who's seen it all before. Doing this very well. That has skewed past leg stump and will run away for 4. They will take everything that they can get hold of now. Byes indicated by umpire Redfern. And Harry Duke is cranky with himself. He's let that one slide by. Again, it's another attempted aggression from Ben Foakes. It's just not quite playing off for him at the moment.
Yeah, he's hacking away at the moment. He'll take the boundary, but he'd also very much like something to come off the middle soon.
There he goes. Got an up of it as well. That was in the slot. It was now or never times for Ben Foakes, and he shows his class. It's a big hit as well. He's gone a good 15, maybe 20 rows back in the Galladari, and perhaps that's the moment, perhaps that's the chance that Foakes has to take, and the confidence will start to surge. He was there right in the slot, thrown up above the eye line, and he was good for it.
Sometimes these things change with just one shot. I wonder if that's the shot for Ben Foakes.
I think the difference, he didn't try and overhit it, stayed relatively controlled, and so he keeps his balance, keeps that foundation. It's an 80% hit, it's gone a long way. Right, 2 balls to go in this over. They need at least one of them to go the distance. There's no time remaining here for Surrey. Got to go now. More runs, 2 into the offside.
For a second there, Foakes looked in a bit of trouble. Down the pitch. Moriarty just dragged his length back. Forced Foakes to just throw his hands at it. So he wasn't in total control there.
Angled to the man who is pretty fine at short third, and so not the end of the over that Surrey were hoping for.
That was a good comeback there from Dan Moriarty. Given a bit of air to Foakes, which allowed that swing over deep mid-wicket for 6, and then opted again for the flat trajectory with pace at the stumps, asking those questions.
Yeah, even with that maximum, he's still only gone for 16 from his 3, and no reverse sweeps attempted by either man. Only 1 or 2 conventional sweeps as well. Essayed one in particular by Cam Steele, and managed to get a bottom edge on a straight one. He's a hard man to sweep, hard man to get away. Exactly what Yorkshire need at the moment. Revis again. Pick up a single. Brings Foakes back onto strike. 129 from 10.5. Run rate just under 12s. It's just about within reach. And it will take something quite spectacular now in the gloaming of a Thursday evening here in South London for Surrey to pull this off. Good hands this time by Ben Foakes. He's been said many a time before, but only a single. Still going to try and engineer something behind square on the offside, perhaps give himself a little bit of room. Yep, there's the room. Bowler follows him. Good cricket all round. Excellent groundwork as well by Wharton, who's taken one decent catch, one screamer, and dropped one dolly. He's had an interesting day out there.
The crucial thing is that the first one was dolly and he's come back from it very well.
Yeah, I do hope that catch clipped up and sent all over the world. Echoes of Ben Stokes here in the World Cup. Was that remarked upon on the commentary? I would imagine so. It's an obvious point to make, but when a fieldsman out there on this particular ground takes 2 steps forward only to realise that it's over his head and then manages to claw it in with one hand, steepling backwards, and the comparison is irresistible. Shot, Cam Steele, 4, much needed. I think he was waiting for that. The next one's got to go too. Final delivery. Reeves has got to get out of this over now. 50 partnership up from 45 balls. It's a good platform.
Reeves has peppered that ball in over the last few overs at that similar length, so Steele knew whereabouts it was going to be. Set himself up beautifully for the pull shot.
Throws his hands at it. Deep thirds in the game, just shy. Steele retains the strike. We're into the final 10, 121 needed.
Reeves doesn't look a happy man there. I think he might have felt that the fielder could have made the ground up.
So, Cam Steele rehearses the hoik. Ben Foakes takes a drink. Dan Moriarty prepares to bowl his 4th over. It's been a telling mini spell up to now by the left armour. He was clubbed for a 6 in the previous over, but aside from that, he's been tight, parsimonious out there. Very hard bowler to get underneath, very hard bowler to attack. Bowls quite sharp, so you can't really run down at him with any great confidence. In fact, they are changing it up by the looks of it, Taha. So
they initially had Dan Moriarty. There was a little committee meeting there.
is it George Hill, I think, back in the attack?
Seems that way.
Yeah, it is George Hill. He bowled excellently early on. Picked up those couple of wickets in the middle order to really shift teams back to Yorkshire.
Very tidy figures at the moment. 2 for 16 off his 4 overs.
So, field scattered. Not there though. Chipped into the onside, come back for a couple. Moriarty does well, and they'll make 3 easily enough. Just kicked on, having plugged. So a useful start to this over. Everything must go now. Slower ball, punch into the offside, just a single. Well bowled. Gonna hold his nerve here is George Hill. He's had a good day, batted beautifully, I thought. Earlier on in the piece, 51 from 38. One of 3 really eye-catching knocks. Will Luxton, I thought, was fabulous early on, especially in that very tricky new ball stage. Wicket to wicket, this is good by Hill.
It's become a decent partnership for Surrey, but just need more at the moment.
Yeah, they need some impetus. Exactly that. We thought perhaps with that 6 launched into the Galadari that could be the trigger. But these two just can't quite shake out of it.
I think it's ruthless, but good captaincy from Shamsu. They had that one over against Moriarty. Sorry, started to click. Foakes had that shot, found 6 over deep mid wicket. He just didn't. He didn't want the 2 bats to have another look at the left arm spinner. He's gone back to the trusted ways of George Hill.
Just a single again. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think he's managed his bowlers very effectively this evening. Ben Code had one of those days. He had it on a string, bowled 7 overs for 25. Picked up that earlier wicket of Ryan Patel, cleaned him up, and it was a smart move by Shah Massoud just to keep him going. Tied that innings down early on, not been able to shake it off since. So a ball clips into the onside, but again, can't break the shackles. Excellent stuff. Good captaincy. Quality work by George Hill. He's having a good game. 133 for 4, 9 to go. Still 115 in arrears. That run rate required is only going one way. Looks like it could be just a change of ends. But Moriarty maybe coming on. Yeah, coming on from this end, the left arm spinner, so just to shift around. So impressive in that mini spell, 3 overs from 16. And he's back into the attack. It's a good move again by Shah Massoud, recognising that there's a much longer onside boundary as we look at it for these right-handers, and so he has more protection now. Quality work by the skipper. He's been backed up by his young bowling attack. Yaz Rana's with me.
Hello, Phil.
I didn't even notice that happening. He's rambling away here. 133 for 4, 9 to go, 115 to get. Moriarty doing it well. Been impressive, Yaz.
No, he's been very impressive, obviously on familiar territory. The 2 left-arm spinners on both sides have actually been quite hard to get away. Majid for Surrey and Moriarty for Yorkshire. I think Surrey have really struggled for any momentum in this innings. They fell behind the rate early.
That's pretty straight, but umpire says no. First time we've seen any real funkiness or invention. It's been quite orthodox by these 2 batters up until now, but desperate times call for desperate measures.
And also comparing the 2 sides' batting lineups, Yorkshire had Harry Duke, the keeper.
Slapped into the offside, sorry, Yaz, just a single.
Sorry, Yorkshire had Harry Duke, the keeper batter, coming in at 8, Don Best all-rounder in at 7, whereas Surrey have a more traditional old-school feel about their 8, 9, 10, 11. 4 specialist bowlers, you'd say, short on all-round depth.
Himself room, Foakes, but loses his shape.
And I don't know if that instills a sense of responsibility to the top order batters a little bit more, that they themselves have to be the guys to get them over the line.
Picks him up this time though, that will run away. A couple of bounces behind square on the onside, and perhaps that was the first real hit-me ball that Moriarty has dragged down. Cam Steele, easily enough, just helps it around the corner. They need plenty more of these, though. The win this would be for Yorkshire if they could just get it done. A team that turned up here, it's uppers really. And if they can just hold their nerve here, they are comfortable favourites at the minute with 8 to bowl still, 107 required. Then what a fillip it would be for them moving in through this tournament. I've been given my marching orders by Yaz. I can come in. And Tyro, Cameron, Ponsonby will be stepping in to bring us home.
Yeah, one boundary in that Dan Moriarty over came from a loose ball, but Surrey need to pick up boundaries off good balls. The required run rate now 13.38 runs per over, spiralling out of control. Both Foakes and Steele scoring fluently, both.
That's up in the air immediately, could be a wicket, should be a wicket, is a wicket. Cam Steele, the man to go. Ben Code pedalling back from short fine leg. If this game wasn't already won for Yorkshire, that takes another massive leap for them in that direction.
Yeah, George Hill's been so impressive today with both bat and ball. This time bowling from the pavilion end. Steele had to take a risk. He's been scoring fluently, a strike rate above 100, but Surrey needs so much more than that at the moment. Hill's kept things pretty simple, Cam, but he's bowled with great effect today.
I think Hill's had a wonderful game, both with bat and ball. You say he's kept things simple. And on the flip side, he had that period of time where he was bowling, kind of holding length, playing a very traditional seamer role. And then with his dismissal of, I believe it was Rory Burns, we saw him bowl that cutter short of length to get pulled along the boundary. There again, we've seen him just roll his fingers over the ball, enticing Cameron Steele to try and take that risk. That's a pretty smart catch from Ben Code. Never easy running over you when it's kind of falling over your shoulder. It's something that we don't necessarily appreciate, just how difficult it is when players make them look so simple. The score now is 141 for 5. Josh Blake comes to the crease, and that run rate required is 13.66.
Yeah, the two wicketkeepers at the crease together now. Josh Blake, who's exclusively played 50 over cricket for Surrey, 25 years old, made his debut in the competition 2 years ago. A lot of work to do, pushing 14 runs per over, and you'd say that Blake is the last recognised batter.
I'll give you an out-of-date statistic about run rates in 5 minutes. So it used to be that as soon as the rate went above 12 runs and over, that's when people would really panic. Because at that period of time, around a decade ago, the economy rate of 3 hits was around 12 and over. So if you removed all risk from batting, 12s was the rate you would go at. That's since changed, and there was an amazing period during the 2023 World Cup last year where South Africa, their powerful batting in the last 10 overs. Blake starts in a magnificent fashion, runs down the wicket, whips the ball through mid-wicket and picks up 4. This is the most wonderful shot. The crack off the sound of the bats kind of radiated and echoed to us here in the studio.
That's an amazing shot, just a flick of the wrists. You know, seeing where the gaps in the field were, and a bit of unorthodoxy that you'd say Surrey have not had enough of in the last 10-15 overs as the rate has climbed and climbed.
Again, Blake pulls in an unorthodox manner. He'll come back for 2, and that first shot he played prompted an immediate change in the field. So there were slips in place. They'd left mid-wicket open to try and give Blake the options of gaps to hit, but I think in reality they were thinking, let's try and nick this guy off. One shot, one show of intent from Blake, and immediately Yorkshire reverted to type and gone back to that field that served them so well this match, with 2 out either side the wicket, fine leg, deep third. And this time Blake gives himself room on the offside, slices one, edges one down to deep third.
It's his first senior appearance of the season for Surrey, but he's been in some really good form for the second 11. Got a really big 100 in the second 11 championship a few weeks ago. He's been skippering the side in the T20 competition, got a good 60 off not that many deliveries a week or so ago. So he's in form coming into the side for the first time this season. But yeah, in his first 2 balls, you see him accessing awkward areas in the ground.
That's driven from Foakes through the covers. 4 more. And this is exactly the type of over. Well, not exactly the type of the over Surrey would be after having lost the wicket from the first ball. But the intent shown, the runs scored. They're going to need this again and again as we get closer to the finale of this match. And just to finish off my riveting run rate points from earlier, there was South Africa in the death overs of the World Cup was striking a greater run rate than the average run rate of 3 hits. Just changes around the corner for 1 ball, just showing how powerful the bite tonight. It was like they were batting for freedom, not being fear of being dismissed. So I'm glad everyone enjoyed it.
I enjoyed it.
Thanks, man. That is the end of the over. The score is 153 for 5. The run rate's still at 13.5.
Yeah, an over that illustrates the size of the task at hand, because it felt like a good over. Sorry, 12 runs from it, but great times.
So, 7 overs remain. 95 runs required with 42 balls. We've seen a change of bowling. Dom Bess come into the attack from the Vauxhall end.
A change of bowling at the Ponsonby replacing Dan
situation.
number 47, Dom Bess.
Slightly think it was a bit of a doomed encounter with a batter coming on for 20 to win, but actually we've seen teams over the last 3, 4, 5 years be able to chase down figures like this, and if Bess is able to just close out this match with 2 very tight overs, job very well done. That's exactly the line we're going to see him pursue, trying to cramp the right-handers from through. So it's a 5-4 field. There's a short third. Ben Foakes, the right-hander, is now on strike. It's now the left-handed Blake on strike. The strategy will be the same. So you have a 45, short fine leg, short third. 2 covers we have here. Deep backward point, long off, and a vacant mid-wicket area in the ring on the leg side, and 3 fields patrolling the boundary. We are going to have a little change. This feels like a... Well, that's still in the second power play, so fantastic batting by Blake. So there was a moment of confusion there as Yorkshire realised they had 1 too many fielders outside the ring. So long off came up into the ring at mid-off, and Blake immediately recognised his opportunity, ran down at Dom Bess, drove the 4 toss for 4 past that fielder that had just come in off the boundary. And Blake, on 11 or 4, has started absolutely fantastically.
No, I really enjoyed the proactivity that Blake's displayed from ball 1 here. And yeah, just posing questions to Yorkshire.
Goes to the reverse. Doesn't get it past the fielder, but his decision making is being incredibly clear here. He's targeting the areas of the ground where those fielders are in the ring.
And he's willing to ditch the coaching manual in doing it. He's keeping things in a way quite straightforward, as you say, just targeting the empty spaces.
Foakes heaves the ball out into the leg side, finds the gap as well. I must admit, as the ball left the bat, I thought he'd kind of just hit the ball out to deep mid wicket and then trot through for the single, but it was very well placed.
Struck very firmly, timed really nice by Foakes, and 2 really big deliveries coming here, because 10 off the first 4 deliveries of the over. Could this be the over that changes things for Surrey?
Heaved out into the leg side, should be out, and is well caught in the deep. Will Luxton with a simple catch. And as we were just mentioning, Yaz, it felt like 2 very important balls in the context of the match. Could this be the massive over that helps Surrey just get the game slightly back in control or back into their grasp? As it happens, the 6th wicket falls. Well stuck at by Dom Bess, who's bowling to a very clear plan. Are you big and strong enough to hit it over the ropes for 6? We've got 3 fielders out there.
Yeah,
and the answer on this occasion was no.
Sorry, Cam. Foakes almost checks himself on the shot, which, given the shape of the field for Yorkshire, you've got the guys on the legs and they're all right on the road. So it's a mighty blow to clear them. Foakes just checking his shot. It's a good innings, 40 off 37, but in this specific match scenario, not enough for Surrey. That required run rate now very nearly 14 runs and over. and it does mean that Yorkshire will have their first glimpse of some tail. And yeah, you were saying about the weirdness of the match situation with Don Best coming on. Don Best is someone who plays a lot of T20 cricket for Yorkshire, very experienced white ball bowler. He'll know exactly what his plans are at the start of each over. He'll know what he'll be doing when he's at the top of his mark. And you could sense that in the way that he was orchestrating his field. He knows exactly where he wants his men to be.
You're effectively playing baseball, as it were, where the kind of the delicacy of the game disappears, and you put your fielders on the boundary, on the home run wall, and you say, I'm going to bowl this line, I'm not going to give you a chance to cut and drive the ball into the offside, we're just playing this half of the ground. Facing his first ball, drops the ball into the leg side, take one, brings Blake back on strike, so wonderfully entertaining. I say he's back on strike, that's the last ball of the over, my apologies. So after 27 overs, he scores 163 for 6, Blake is on 12 of 5 balls, McCurr is on 1 of 1, it is 84 to win, 36 balls. Is there a chance, Yaz?
It's unlikely. I mean, you're asking, it's probably in mineral territory for Blake. And as you mentioned earlier, Surrey, unusually actually for Surrey, given their normal composition of sides across formats, light and all-rounders, you'd say, in this particular 11.
Change of bowling at the pavilion end, replacing George Hill, number 11.
Is that another change of ends for
It is
Dan
indeed
Moriarty?
another change of ends for Dan Moriarty. Of course, used to be of this pasture. Applying this trade at Yorkshire. McCurr to face up. Once down the track, they looked to take a quick single. I think the correct call there was no, but it was fumbled by Masood in the covers. McCurr almost sacrificing himself to get Blake back on strike. Now, left arm spin to left-handed batter. You get the impression that Blake prefers to sweep and play square of the wicket as opposed to muscle the ball over the boundary. There's a bit of a confidence going on about what this field is going to be, and exactly that. So normally you'd see a short third of backward points and the fielder out on the offside boundary being in front of square. Here for Blake, that field on the offside boundary is behind square, protecting that reverse sweep. So the gap from Blake here is to hit over cover through 2 covers on the offside.
Very nicely bowled from Moriarty, just tossing it up, taking the pace off the delivery. They'll scamper back.
Is there a run out chance here? Not quite.
For 2. So Blake retains a strike, but yeah, I think Blake's plan A, you feel, is using any pace on the ball to sort of help the ball on its way behind square.
I think we might see a change of feet here from Blake. I mean, I was right. I've got a warm glow at the moment. McCurr comes on strike. Blake, I really wish he'd nailed that for 4 or 6, because that would have been a nice moment, personal moment. Another well delivered ball from Moriarty. Not a well delivered ball from Moriarty, but it's ended in a dot ball. McCurr looks a bit quizzically back at the umpires as if to ask whether it was a wide. I think just a bit of a saving grace having missed out on a short ball. So that over cover, long off runs round, should cut the ball off. Does cut the ball off. It's just 2 more to the total.
Yeah, Moriarty trying to hide the ball as far away out of McCurr's hitting arc as possible. Another pretty tidy over here for Yorkshire.
Runs at Moriarty once more, slices the ball out. Point fielder brings an end to the 28th over. The score is 171 for 6, and that run rate continues to go up and up for Surrey. It's now 15.4 and over. I think we are in miracle territory. We're in the territory where one of these 2 batters out in the middle currently need to have a day that they'll talk about for the rest of their lives. They'll all meet up in years to come. So Adrian Rana scored 88 off 34 balls to win against Yorkshire in the Yorkshire Cup.
looks like George Hill will bowl out. He's been arguably the star form today. Really fluent half century at the back end of the innings. A real thorn in Surrey's side with the ball, picking up 3 very important wickets.
Bowling that cutter once again. McCur's got so little of it, they might turn for 2. They do turn for 2. McCur's able to scamper home.
Now that the result is not totally nailed, but we're pretty much there to count, what would you say were the most important phases of this game, where you feel that Yorkshire really advanced their case in little battles that were won? It might not have felt huge at the time, but looking back towards the end of this game, were pivotal in hindsight.
He's the ball into the leg side. They'll look for 2, but settle for 1. I actually weirdly think it was James Orton only got 22 of the bats, but when Shah Massoud was dismissed and Yorkshire had been going very well, I kind of thought, is that the moment that's going to turn the game in Surrey's favour? He only got 22, but it was better than a run of ball, and it kept the momentum in the innings, and that momentum kind of snowballs. George Hill, who's now bowling, batted fantastically well, and even at the end of the innings, when you felt like the brakes could potentially just be applied that tiny bit, Matthew Revis came in and scored 36 or 15. We have a bit of rain about, so keep your eyes peeled on whether the ground staff pop out and have this game curtailed. All the way across to the offside. Hill drags the delivery even further outside offside. It was well outside that wide line because Blake walked across.
He's falling pretty heavily, I must say. That this is pretty much as heavy as it's been all day whilst the players have been on the field. So it's got that a little bit more gloomy.
Down the leg side. Bit of glove, bit of bat from McCur. And they're coming back for 2. They do get 2. And that's with the bat. I want to ask you about kind of the impact that Ben Code had with his spell at the start of Yorkshire's innings.
Yeah, I thought Code was brilliant, really, really skillful. Look at Conor McCur, who's calling for some attention. And Code was really accurate, really good control of his length, but also his ability to move the ball meant that Surrey found attacking him really difficult.
McCur's in quite a spot of bother here. He's been diving for that second run. He's got his hands in a muddle. Just the way he's gesturing over to the physio. Whether he's got his thumb caught in the ground as he's sliding. It's not boding well. Just indicates to his index finger there. Just while he gets treatment, the rain really is quite a thick mist. This is a replay. Oh, I beg your pardon, I don't think it was at all the case. He was sliding in for the second run, especially because he didn't dive at all. I can completely imagine that. He was struck on the finger by Hill's delivery. Neatly kind of shook his hand. Receiving some treatment. But yes, the rain is very steady at the moment. A light mist descending across the ground. There are a number of supporters in the crowd who look to decide if that's their loss actually, and they'll take this opportunity to head home. But you of course should do that. Keep us on.
But yeah, I think going back to Ben Code, he ensured that the required run rate got up to somewhere quite awkward very on in the innings, and Leach from the other end took a couple of overs to get his radar right. I know he picked up the early wicket with Dom Sibley in his first over, but Code set the tone and he bowled out from the start. And I know he only got 1 wicket, but he looked threatening the entire time, and the threat he bowled with, I think, would have subconsciously made an adjustment to Surrey in terms of how hard they were trying to go.
Well, once again, given the short ball. And this time they settled for 1.
I was really impressed with the amount of movement he kept as well. real control over it, beating both inside and outside edge. I wanted to mention as well, I know he top scored, so it feels an obvious player to pick out, but it wasn't just the volume of runs that Will Luxton scored, it was the impetus he batted with against a new ball, because Yorkshire started their innings having been inserted in very favourable conditions for seam bowling.
Looks the scoop, misses out, and that is the end of the 29th over.
And I think in situations like that, you can almost feel like we're just trying to survive. We're trying to get through this initial difficult phase and then reassess. But actually, Luxton was really quite attacking. I was really struck by how he was able to punish anything slightly offside. He was cutting a lot of balls, pushing them through the offside, through the ring field. Balls that really weren't that wide. I compared him to Bairstow earlier. Bairstow at his best when playing 15 was so good at cutting the ball through the infield off deliveries that really weren't that bad. He was very good as well at just flicking balls behind square on the leg side that again weren't that leg side. So he set the tone really.
Another change of bowling. Kerr strikes the ball down the ground. It's been very proactive captaincy from Masood just at the end. I think it's the 6th over in a row where it's been a different bowler.
Really quite heavy at the moment. I don't know if the intensity of the rain is perhaps exaggerated by how windy it is.
I get the suspicion that there's a feeling that we're close to the end here. Let's get it finished. Go. Josh Blake takes strike. That's sliced behind point. Blake moves on to 19 off 10. It's a wonderful little innings he's playing here. He's so clear in his decision making. Again, he's given himself a lot of space by hopping over to the leg side. You see that ball's direct to that middle stump. He's just picked it up and sliced it behind point for 4 runs.
That's actually a very good Yorker.
It was a wonderful piece of bowling.
Very good ball.
I'm not surprised we see the same plan of action again. The bowler to follow him. And inside edge goes down to foreign leg for just 1 run.
Yeah, I was really impressed by Luxton. Run scoring wasn't easy early on. Very, very similar conditions to what we're seeing here. And there's a little period, I think, after the first rain delay, where Yorkshire scored 43 or 44 runs in a 5-over spell towards the end of the power play.
Full toss. It's getting spliced out to long off, and they turn for 2, but Lake could be in trouble here, but he's safe in the end.
And you know, Yorkshire missing 7 players who are in the 100th moment, all the way with England. Surrey missing 15. This competition does give opportunities to younger players, and I've been really impressed by some of the Yorkshire players today. Luxton, Wharton, Hill, Revis.
Just having a tinker with the field. Short at 45, stepping out to the fine leg boundary. Comes up into the ring to mid-off. 2 balls remaining in this over. Slam down the ground by McCurr. Blake's going to spin round, pick up 2. It's been a difference in, imagine it shows the difference in lengths at the 2 sides of bowled, but a shot that was really profitable for Yorkshire was that kind of pull over mid-on, just wide of mid-on from a length. We haven't really seen that from Surrey's batters. I think it's probably a case of just different styles and bowlers where Ben Cody's going to get the ball to wobble from quite full of length, whereas Colin McCurr, for instance, who was naturally to be that bit shorter. And that is 6 runs. Leach,
Big hit.
Leach angling into McCurr. He clears his front leg and swings the ball with ease over the leg side boundary. Never in doubt, the fielder out on the boundary just turned his head to watch as opposed to ever having any interest. A very clean strike from Mr. McCurr.
Yeah, in the slot, punished. Great shot from McCurr. Unfortunately, Surrey needed a lot more of that earlier on in the innings. That required run rate remains around 18 runs and over. It's another over where Surrey get a lot of runs, but not enough runs. 14 off the over.
So you only need 3 of those in over. You're right.
16.
Currently, after 30 overs, the score is 194 for 6. It's an even 18 runs and over required. So 54 off 18. We see another bowling change, so Revis becomes the 7th consecutive different bowler to bowl an over. Masood not letting Surrey settle and get kind of used to any one type of bowler in these closing stages. Blake picks the ball up, and that'll be 6 as well. Blake just swivelling, turning that ball almost round the corner, helping it on its way. And it flies for 6 just behind square leg. Do Surrey start to believe all of a sudden that the impossible is indeed possible? How he hit the ball there, I don't really know.
It's quite similar to the first shot he played, first ball, where he's managed to whip the ball. I don't think he's really helped that on its way. That's off stump.
I agree completely.
And he's whipped that across, and actually it's spectacular that he's managed to hit that pretty much behind square.
Just the nature of where the ball went, I didn't allow my eyes to believe it. That must have been on a leg stump line that he's kind of picked up and helped. And seeing that replay, the strength in his wrist to pick the ball up from outside off stump and strike it behind square. Well, 48 off 17, it would still be the most remarkable achievement if Surrey could do this, but 2 6s in a row means we dare to dream a little. That's hit out towards long on. Will it be caught? It will be caught. George Hill celebrates with the crowd. Blake's wonderful little cameo comes to an end. He had been so strong square of the wicket, but just that straight boundary was one hit too far for him. See on the replay there. Just angling in to Blake was the simplest of catches for George Hill.
An enterprising cameo though from Blake. Not enough for Surrey on this occasion, but lots to be encouraged by going forward across the remainder of this campaign. Really proactive from ball 1.
So that's 6 the ball before had brought up Surrey's 200, but they will be flipping around basically. A ball ago we were saying they're daring to dream, and now it's kind of disaster everywhere we look and game over to a certain extent.
Yeah, they did well to stay in the race up until that point where you felt like if they were going to get all the way there, Blake was going to be the guy to get them over the line. And I know McCurr started really well, but he's going to need some serious support. Sorry to even get close here.
Well, there's 48 runs to win, there's 16 balls remaining. In effect, Surrey need to hit half the remaining balls for 6.
Yes, that is difficult.
I do find it interesting when players talk that rather than dealing in kind of runs per over required, it's how many 6s per over do we need? How many 6s do we need left in this run chase and we will win the game? Get the bulk of the runs through those boundaries and the kind of change will come out.
You know, it's unlikely to happen here, but you saw how much the game changes very quickly. 2 6s in a row, one from McCurr, one from Blake. And at the start of the over, you're thinking Surrey need 54 to win off 3 overs. Obviously, that's unrealistic, but we're only 2 or 3 blows away from making Yorkshire feel very, very nervous. And we're still sort of in that territory because of that first ball 6, but without a recognised bat to the crease, it feels like too much for Surrey right now.
So Well directed bouncer, just given us one for the over. McCurr was desperate for that to be given wide. I think the correct decision was made.
Shout out to everyone involved in getting this game on today, because we've had a lot of rain. It's raining again quite heavily, yet they remain out there.
You say again, it's just been raining for the
That's
last
true.
5-10 minutes.
True. And also at the start of the game, I thought they did very well to start on time because there was rain about.
That's well struck, but it will be out. Oh, it won't be out! An almost fantastic piece of work. I believe it's Wharton once again teaming up on the boundary with Luxton. I think it is out there. Wharton, who has been in the action today throughout, claimed a third catch on the rope here, but just the relay with his mate couldn't quite connect.
Oh, so close.
Inches from glory.
So close.
Unsaved nevertheless. Seen the One Day Cup socials have already clipped up Wharton's best fielding miss today.
Have they?
They might have to revisit that. Jeed goes to scoop. It's remarkable how much the field changes for when the bowlers on strike. You see there's so many more fielders behind square, kind of slice where the pace is used as opposed to feeling the need to protect the boundaries in front of square where the ball is struck. Right, that's the end of the 31st over. The score is 205 for 7. 43 required of the final 12 because we are very much in the dying stages of this match, but entertainment is still being provided, whether from Wharton in the field or McCurr with the bat. It's been a very enjoyable match. The 66 overs will end up having got in.
Yeah, in Yorkshire, relatively quiet campaign in 2023, just 2 wins from their 8 games. A lot to be encouraged by, I think, from their form today. Lots of young players sticking their hand up, putting in notable performances.
Jeed sliced the ball up. Received the catch.
Yeah, the end is nigh, Cam. The end is very, very close indeed. Just 2 wickets away now, Yorkshire, from getting their campaign off to a winning start.
Revis ends up making it very simple. Just the trajectory of the ball didn't look like it was going to reach the fielder, but with that kind of slice, spin on the ball, it just held in the air. Revis was able to make his ground and take a very undramatic catch. There's not much celebrations from Yorkshire at all there. Another step towards victory was complete. Leach gets his 2nd wicket of the match.
And it's a bowling attack you'd expect to thrive in different situations, because we've seen how well the paces have gone today. Ben Code is outstanding with a new ball. He's probably going to do that wherever he plays. But Hill, Leach and Revis all carry their own threats and have bowled really effectively to the fields and plans that have been set by the captain, Shah Masood. And we haven't really needed to see the spinners so much. Dan Moriarty's bowled a very tidy spell so far, 5 overs for 30, which in this specific match situation where Surrey pretty much for the entirety of his spell needed more than 10 runs and overs, incredibly impressive. And Don Best, an international cricketer, only needed 1 over today.
Leach to Taylor. Wide is signalled. Reaching for the delivery. I don't know if Leach is annoyed at the decision or just the fact that they have to spend another ball out in the field.
We talked a bit about where this game was won for Yorkshire. If you flip it to Surrey, what do you think they could have done slightly differently today?
It's hard because that risk you wanted to see them take with the bats, where they were looking to kind of strike the ball straight. Narrowly avoids quite a serious injury. Taylor striking the ball down the ground very powerfully. And you say, well, where was Surrey's counterpunch? Why didn't they take that risk? Why didn't they strike the ball straight for 6? But Ryan Patel tried his best. There was a long period of time where they were swinging from the hip to try and hit Yorkshire seamers off their length. And the movement that Yorkshire were getting was just making it impossible. And when they did miss, perhaps Surrey weren't able to execute in behind. Just that run rate going through the roof so early in the innings. That's a full toss. That will be caught. Shah Masood. It is a very undramatic piece of cricket. The ball seemed to just wobble in the air on him. And a very simple catch became one that he had to take falling forwards. Quite a subdued, quite a bizarre end to proceedings here. Just see on the replay.
Yeah, I think Masood slightly misjudged it.
He really has picked that up just off the tail.
Yeah, and in the end actually does very well to get his fingers underneath it. You look at the slow-mo replay here, confirming that Masood did indeed get his fingers underneath it. Yeah, I think Surrey just lost wickets at awkward times early on, because you're right to say that it wasn't a lack of intent. Patel went really hard and scored briskly, actually, 40 off 43 deliveries, had a couple of lives in there, sure, but at the end of the power play you felt that Surrey, although slightly behind the rate, only lost one wicket, still very well placed to make a serious assault towards that Yorkshire total. But Patel falls to a beauty from Ben Code, and that really, from that moment on, you felt, yeah, sorry, long way behind it. And also, you mentioned Morton a couple of times, that catch he took to get rid of Ben Geddes was outstanding. A totally extraordinary catch.
It was a counter punch from a double punch, even double strike from Yorkshire. Kind of fantastic catch to get Geddes, and then a fantastic delivery. He's done facing his first delivery. Picks up a single, potentially picks up two. He looks for a second, and in that kind of double strike from Yorkshire, the game was not gone, but immediately in a position where Surrey was so much further behind, facing the difficulty of having to chase eights for the best part of 30 overs. 3 or 4 down, that's very difficult for a reason. History dictates that those matches are lost for a reason.
And I think Surrey actually bowled pretty well. There's a spell in and amongst the mid-innings rain delays where Yusuf Majid and Ryan Patel were really economical, sneaking through a few quiet overs that Yorkshire wouldn't have been particularly happy about. But if you're comparing the two innings in the field, Yorkshire have produced moments of magic with both ball and in the outfield that Surrey today just didn't produce. They were very tidy in the field, they were very tidy with ball. But you described it earlier that Ben Code's spell is an outlier, really, looking at the set of figures today among seam bowlers. For him to go at 3.57 runs and over, no Surrey seamer, with the exception of Ryan Patel's medium pace, went under a run of ball.
So just the 1 over remaining in this match. Surrey will end up on the losing side. 40 required. I'm trying to gauge my bearings, see where I'm looking. 39 was required of 7. I think 1 run was scored at the final ball, so 38 required of the last over. So as long as Revis keeps it on the straight and narrow, Yorkshire will be home as safe and sound. I can't tell you where that's hit. Immediately we can look at the umpire to see what is given, and it is given as runs. So there's the slightest of chances for Rory Burns to claim the catch to end the match there.
Yeah, after that was called as runs, Taylor rather, really shaking his thumb. I think that did strike him on the glove.
Oh, it's absolutely thudded into his hand. Both Taylor and McCurve taking blows to the hand from Revis in the last few overs. Matthew Dunn on strike. And he unusually manages to craft that out into the leg side. They scamper back for 2. This is kind of cricket being played on autopilot at the moment. Everyone happy with the kind of stop delivery on the stumps. Everyone happy with it being bunted out for 2 runs into the outfield. It's a beautiful shot from Dunn. Shah Masood at cover sticks his hand up as if to say the sweeper can get that one, and he can pick it up from the gutter where it's rested after racing away from 4. And Matt Dunn, I mean, he won't have had much time in the middle over the last few years or across his career, but that is a wonderful cricket shot.
Yeah, he's absolutely nailed that. One of the firmest struck shots of the day.
Pace off from Revis. Ticks another ball away. Just the one ball remaining. This opening fixture of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. 2 balls remaining. Apologies to everyone. I was faster than the scoreboard. The scoreboard was faster than me even. Struck high up in the air. And a long way back as well. Matthew Dunn having some fun at the end of this innings. It's a wonderful cricket shot. You see a wry smile goes across Matt Dunn's face.
We had a pretty good view of it in the commentary box. That has comfortably cleared the boundary rope over towards where the covers are stored. Really, really good hit.
Well done, finishing on 13 off 6 here. 1 ball remaining. I promise this is the last one. Matt Revis to deliver it. A swing and a miss to end us all. Yorkshire end up winners by 25 runs to get their campaign off to a winning start. Surrey end up short with the bat. It's been a really entertaining match of cricket here at the Kia Oval. We're treated to a number of fantastic individual and team performances. Will Luxton at the top of the order really got Yorkshire off to a fantastic start. And in the middle, George Hill and Matthew Revis, who both started with the ball as well, played probably important hands with the bat. George Hill, 51 of 38. While Matthew Revis finished off proceeding for 36, not out of just 15 balls. Steele's last over, so bowling at 26 and just changed the complexion of this match a little. Set 248 to win, 33 overs. Surrey found themselves behind the rates very early on, thanks to a fantastic spin bowling by Ben Code. 1 for 25 of his 27 overs, of his 7 overs. That really kind of set the tone for what was in store. As you see there on the scorecard in front of you, Ryan Patel and Ben Foakes, top score for Surrey with 40 runs apiece. Patel and take the really eyes on their strike. As you see, Surrey weren't able to just advance another run of ball. Wickets falling regularly throughout as well. To reflect a very professional performance. Yes, Rana, your thoughts on today's play?
Well, I thought Yorkshire did such a good job of negotiating the range rates as well. Luxton had to start again at least 3, maybe 4 times. So to maintain a strike rate over 100 for such a long period of time is incredibly impressive. And I know Cam cricket doesn't work like this, but Yorkshire win by 25 runs, 26 runs off that final over. It did change the complexion of that Yorkshire innings. It was a bold call to go with Cam Steele for that final over. And Revis, so yesterday in the Wisden office we were watching the Yorkshire players train, and my word, Revis is phenomenal. Out of all the Yorkshire players, he could hit the ball further than anyone. And we really saw him displaying that knock at the end. 36 not out of 15 deliveries. Really firm ball striking. And they got Yorkshire from a very good total to an imposing total. To chase down with adjusted for DLS 248 overs. You need a very, very smooth run chase. You can't have too many hiccups. And with the way in which Ben Code started up front, you take out his 7 overs, 1 for 25, it's a very different game. So in that short spell from the very end of the Yorkshire innings, when they got up to a total of 240, when it looked like it'd be more like something around 215, 220. And at the start of the defence with Code bowling those 7 immaculate overs, I feel like that is where the game went from one that was very even to one that was firmly Yorkshire's.
No, absolutely. And well, that's your lot from the Surrey live stream today. We will be back again very soon on Sunday. And Surrey welcome the visit of Glamorgan. Thanks to Yaz Rana, Phil Walker and Taha Hashim as the other commentators today. Thank you, of course, to all the production team. We'll speak to you again on Sunday. Until then.